Hello, everyone. I'm just getting ready a bit here for the stream, but today we're essentially gonna go back to the old cat and onion source, project, and we're gonna tidy it up. By the way, this amazing fan art here in the background is by someone on the, you can find it on the Steam Workshop. Someone posted it there, and it tiles very nicely like that. I'm just gonna post some links to this somewhere. Hold on. So yeah, so I was thinking that we should take the old source code. And there's a couple of things that I want to sort of clean up in there. But yeah. Live. Somebody's posting my Discord a link. That. Yeah, you want. Ian says now I want to make an isometric game. Yeah, so there's this person on Steam Workshop. You can probably find this one on the Steam Workshop if you go there. This person makes these for many different games, and I had actually missed it. I saw it quite recently that this was there. So that's pretty nice. It's very amazing when people make fan art of your game. It's unexpected. Like that. And I post some on this here as well. I'm just on my second screen posting on them social medias. Wait, be right back. There was a bit of a rice cooker situation in the kitchen. I had taken the rice cooker apart completely and forgotten to tell that it was like that. So I had to go show where I put all the different parts. Yeah, I almost want to find this now. Steam Workshop cat and onion. See here. How does this work? So I was just scrolling around in here, and then I saw this, and I was like, huh? And it's by this person, Bio. And I click this person, and I'm like, oh, there's an Outer Wilds one. You know, it's Elden Ring. And all that. And it always does this sort of little one isometric tile, or whatever you want to call it. So it's pretty fun. But yeah, but it's fun how it tiles perfectly on the desktop. So I posted everywhere. Hello Luna and Laurent and Wool W and everyone. So let me just repeat what we're doing here today. So we are doing sort of a cleanup of the Cat and Onion source code. Cat and Onion is, I shipped it last year in maybe February, March, something like that. Well, first in January on itch, and then in March on Steam. So maybe I need to have a higher. Do I need to increase my scaling maybe a bit to my desktop? It is a bit tiny, everything. Wow. Wait, I need to readjust that size. And here you go. I'm actually amazed that it works. I changed the desktop scaling while the... So the Cat and Onion source code is a bit chaotic in a sense, because it's called Cat Game. That's... If you download the source, you'll probably get Cat and Onion, but Cat Game was the original folder name that I chose on this computer, and it still has that for that reason. So you see here that there's Odin files down here. Here's some build batch files. There are some more batch files. There's a TTF fonts. Laurent, it should be possible. The stream should be in... it should be in... You should be able to choose a super high resolution. I think. I don't know. If it's not possible, then something is wrong. Like it should automatically be high res, but and if it's not, you can probably choose in the bottom on the little. You only have 480p max. Is it only you who does that? That's not gonna work. Okay. Okay, so it seems to be something. Maybe it's on your end, Laurent. I don't know. Thank you for confirming that it's... Maybe you try refreshing or something. I don't know. Anyway, so you see here that it's lots of these Odin files here, and then there's TTF files, and then there's this cat dialogues file here, and then there's this cat entity types file here, and then there's... Yeah, so... I just started having everything in one folder. The only thing that's nicely split out is the sort of... The textures are in here, and then you have some more textures in another folder called... here's a folder called new folder with nothing inside. That's probably empty. And then there's object art here. That this is stuff that's placeable in the editor. And the textures folder is where I have other textures that I reference from code. But what we're gonna do here is... First we're gonna try to move all the Odin files to a separate folder. Because currently it just sort of builds the contents of this folder cat game here as the game DLL. This has hot reloading in the dev build. But yeah. Thank you, Giuseppe, for congratulating me on my book. So let's open this project up, maybe. We double-click the project file. I will adjust this. This is huge. Do like that, maybe. Close that. Right, so this should work right now. We should be able to start the game. I can press F7 to build. What that does is... the game started in the background here, but what that does when I press F7 is that it runs this build.bat file. And build.bat essentially just essentially just does some assets builder. Assets builder just makes some pre-run, like the assets builder generates this file, assets.odin, which says which textures are available. So I can reference the textures from code. It also says which sounds are available and some stuff like that. And this is used for when the game, when when I ship the game, I only ship a single exe file. It's like catandonion.exe. In that case, embed assets is true, and then it actually hashtag loads all the PNGs. So this will make it part of the exe. So then the exe contains all the different textures. But when embed assets is false, which is down here, so this is generated. I don't write this code. It's generated. That's why it can have all these duplicates. Then it doesn't say the data here, you know. So it's like this instead. And then the game will instead go and load from the path, one file at a time. And that way you can sort of reload the textures while you're working on them. They're not built into the exe. I guess I could have done this and just reload the DLL and somehow get the new data from within the DLL, but I don't know. Reunion Production asks if I will update the Cat and Onion source download after this restructure. Yes, when it's done and nice. We'll see. Patrons will be able to see immediately the changes I do because I will make the changes in the... And patrons that have source access, they will see that immediately. But I will update the Cat and Onion source maybe like as soon as this works nicely. Anyways, so the build.bat runs, it builds this assets.odin, and that it just busts from the content. It just looks inside the textures file and the textures folder and the sounds folder and stuff like that, the music folder, and just generates essentially runtime like enums that I can use at compile time, I mean, so that I can reason about texture names and stuff at compile time. It's much nicer than having like looking things up and then having like soft links between things in data. This is like hard links in source code. If some texture is missing, and so then it won't be in this enum, and then the game would compile because you reference that file in your code. So that's nice. Anyways, so that's what the build does. Anyways, the game is running here, so this should work fine. When you start this game, it sort of looks like this. There's little dream sequence. I have my thermos of coffee. I'm out camping here at my computer with my coffee. So this is running the debug dev build. I could actually skip this cutscene if I wanted, but I didn't feel like it. And there's a little zoom out. I think there's some stuttering maybe, but I think that's just a dev build. It doesn't happen or maybe it's due to the stream. And then you can play, run around, jump. I haven't played this in a while. Stuff like that. I had to stutter a bit, but I think that's just the dev build being weird. So that's that. And currently the game has the Odin compiler. Like in the folder Odin here is actually the whole Odin compiler, because I locked the compiler version at a specific time. So this game actually uses it has its own Odin compiler inside the repository, and that's just because I didn't want to introduce bugs from like changes in the core library or in the compiler. I want, like, you in a project you probably lock down your dependencies. You probably like, I'm not going to update this library anymore. I'm not going to update this other thing. Well, you probably also don't want to update your compiler anymore. But and then I have an Odin compiler in a folder on the like a globally accessible one on the computer, but I didn't want to use that one anymore because I update that one for other reasons, and then the game might break. Also, that way I can just go in here and build this compiler on Mac OS and Linux, so I can build the game with exactly the same compiler. So it's a extreme version of, some people say that, you should have your dependencies inside your like you should have your library dependencies, just put them into source control. I put the whole compiler in because why not? It's just don't update it that often, so it's not gonna be a big problem. Okay, so let's do the first thing here. Let's try to make it so that these Odin files, all of them, end up inside a folder called maybe game or something. Because these Odin files, we can sort by type here. This is what I used to do when I was developing the game. Sort by type. So these files, this is essentially the whole game, is this. And you might notice one thing here, that game.odin is 300 kilobytes. If you look at that, this is what we're gonna tackle afterwards. We have changed the structure a bit, after we have moved things to separate files, because game.odin is 12,246 lines long. There's nothing wrong with having big files, but I want the repository to be like I know myself, when I open someone else's repository, I will start first looking for some files. Maybe, oh, where's player.odin, maybe, or maybe something like that, or maybe, you know, some kind of, or maybe the entry point for the program. I try to find some kind of place to start looking, and so this giant file is not very good from the perspective of using this as a learning resource. Anyways, so that's what we're gonna do. I don't know if is the volume a bit low on the mic? Thinking if I should up the gain a bit. I don't know. So the first thing we're gonna do then is just take all these files, I cut them, and then I make a new folder called game. Right? Go in there, paste them. So we pasted all of them. Now everything is broken. That's fine. Oh, I don't know if I properly replied Reunion Productions comment. Yes, I will upload to each. I don't know. I don't remember if I actually finished that sentence. I will upload this new stuff to each, but when it's done, yeah, I think I said that. But so build game is this thing here, and you see, this is the stuff that sort of builds the DLL, because I have hot code reloading stuff here. So this thing outputs game.dll, this build command here. And the package it builds is using the current folder. So I just change this to game. Maybe this now works. I don't think so, because I think the asset builder is gonna still be sad, but let's try. Yeah, there's some problem here with the Steamworks. Yes, the Steamworks, maybe I should move into game as well. Maybe like that. That seems to have worked. Question is, do I have a new assets file? Yes, assets.odin reappeared here because it's outputting to the wrong folder. Let's delete that and go to assetsbuilder.odin. So this program goes into all the different I think it's quite easy to see here. It looks in the textures folder, the object art folder, the sounds folder, the music folder, and this creates that assets.odin file I showed before. And it does it by just printing code like this. Because Odin is fairly simple, so you can actually just generate code by just println, blah, blah, blah. Or fprintln. So this is probably just outputting to the wrong file, is my guess. Where is the file? It was probably up here. It was opened assets.odin. Well, let's change that to game/asset.odin. That should have done it. So if we now go back to here, they have no more assets file here. We go inside game. Here is assets.odin. And it was changed, yes, at this. So that worked. So we have everything compiling now as in a separate folder. I think this also shows why the a strength of the Odin package system, because it's sort of, what's all this? Because you can just move something to a new folder and just change some imports, and usually everything works because sort of you have the imports work in a sort of relative fashion anyways. So it's quite neat. So we have that fixed. Let's go back to the cat game folder and look here what more we have, what fun things we have here. So we have this, these are the levels of the game. Right. And then there are ooh, Louis says, ooh, it's same time zone. Yeah, I'm in Sweden. It's Central European time. So it's GMT +1 now. So what more should we move out from here? We have some shaders. I'm not a fan of just moving everything to a separate folder. It's fine if some stuff is in the root folder, really. But like there's like all these levels. I think we can move those to a folder without any trouble. So let's try that. Let's move these guys to levels. Right, and then we go back to the assets builder again, and you see here that this one is like this is for the textures, the object art, and up here it looks for files in the same folder. It just goes dot, and then it loops over all the files in there. It looks for the levels and the TTF and the fragment shaders, I guess. So let's just make a new one here. Like this. Like that. And we type instead levels. And we do that. We do that. This would be interesting now to see what... Does that also maybe just work? Wow, that did not work. Okay, there we have the main menu. The uses a level in the main menu, so that failed to load now. Let me close all these files. All levels. Okay, so these are... Oh, I think I know why. So these paths here don't have level slash in them. I think that's just because... Yeah, down here, you see these guys. When it's a texture, for example, it makes a new path like that. So I would just do something similar here. Like that. That should do it. What's your keyboard is a question. It's a Filco 10 keyless from the keyboard company. So now that worked. Let's see if I can switch the levels. Yes. All that seems to work. Now the interesting thing is, does the level editor still work properly? Here's the level editor. Can I place this? Save. Wait, where did that save? Oh. Let's go over here where I am so I can see what's happening. Save. Doop. Okay, that works fine. If I close the game, open it again. Seems to save properly also. I will of course remove these blocks, but right. Yeah, now do you see the change dates here? This one now has a the keyboard I have. It's called a Filco Magus Touch 2. I will write the name and send this is this is the exact version, but that's the Swedish Finnish version. So, but they have a British and American, I think, also. So that seems to work fine. I realize now that I just messed up that level, so I should have... Let's do a little hack here. Check out this file. Go back inside the levels folder and paste it again. Hey, Raphael. So all these are now, yeah, you see all these are changed a long time ago, except this one, but that's just because I just checked that out. I essentially re-fetched it from source control. Yeah, there we go. So, that's good. Maybe we can do our first little commit here then. I should have done that when I moved the code, I realized, but essentially what has happened is we have modified the assets builder, we have modified the build game, and then we have renamed all these files. Let's see if there's any. Yes, all those have changed, and these are just renames. Moved game code to subfolder and moved levels to subfolder. That's the first thing we did. Well, it's already a lot tidier, you know, and that was easy. I just didn't want to do that when I was in the middle of making the game. I'm moving my window. Lucas asks, are you doing anything special with those custom extensions, or are they just a TXT file? Well, they're JSON files, kinda. We look inside this one, for example. This is a list of entities here, but you see it's not standard JSON. There's no commas at the end and stuff. That's because I use where is that defined? Because when you choose when you do the Marshall options for how it's gonna write out these things using the JSON writer, you can choose a specification. I chose the BitSquid specification, which is the same as the SJSON. It's just another reason it's called BitSquid is because the company BitSquid made this one, and I actually worked there for a while. So I just thought it was fun to use that one instead, but it's the same as SJSON. And do I have two? No? Okay. Right. So that works fine. Let me... So we did all that. This is the first commit. Okay, I did a commit in October also. And before that I did something in June. I tried to make a demo for Steam, but I ditched that. That's what these commits are about. Yeah. Anyways. No, I don't want to update Sublime right now. So what are we doing now? The levels are in a folder. Let's have a bit more of a look here. I still output the exes just straight into this folder, and I don't think that's a problem because what's interesting to people is just go opening the source code and being able to find things exactly where the exe ends up, if it's in a output folder or not. That doesn't matter as much, I think. And yeah, these are two special files. There's only two of these, one of each. These are all the entity types, and these are all the dialogues in the game is in these files. So they're sort of one-off. Here are some fonts. There's 3 fonts. And then there's all the batch files. It says Steam App ID. That's for testing on Steam without having Steam running, I think, or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it does. Is that... doing some small fixes here. Yeah, there was some Steamworks files that got lost. Missing Steamworks files. I had a rule in my git ignore to allow everything inside the Steamworks folder, but that one was not correct anymore because there was not game in front. Right, good. So maybe I'm happy like that now. Maybe that's good enough for the files. I could move these into a separate folder. Maybe the fonts. Reunion said, I noticed you have raylib.dll in the source. I was curious about that since currently my game does not seem to need it when I build. The reason your game doesn't need it is build game. So I compile with raylib shared. If you add this one, then it will use the shared version of raylib. And this is just because if you look in raylib.odin, there is a, when raylib shared, it does some other things here. It uses a different lib file that will require the DLL. The reason I use the DLL version is because I use code hot reload, and raylib stores lots of global state. So if that global state, when you reload, you know, all the globals of your file will get destroyed if you do a hot code reload. So, you know, it's just hot reloading doesn't work that well with raylib in combination with raylib unless you use the DLL version. But for the I have build the release. This makes like a release build for Steam with everything, and this one has raylib shared false, which is also the default. So then I build everything in. Yeah. Oh, we should actually make sure that the main. I don't think the release builds work right now. That's what we should do next. Build release no Steam maybe. Do I have one like that? Yeah. So this doesn't work, but that's not so weird because if you go into main release, then it imports like this. This is the game. That's for some reason called cat. But it should be dot slash. And let's see. Wow! What's happening? Oh. Oh, wait, how did this work before? Build. Wait. Aha. You see, this is sort of the reasons why I didn't do this before, because it can get a bit messy. So when you run the game, it runs from this folder here, and the exe state, and it sees the textures folder, and that's when you run the development build. When you compile the what's it called? When you're compiling the release build, then it loads all the textures into the executable, which is assets.od and blah blah blah. You see, I showed this before. It does all this, so here are some textures, and it does this. But then it's compiling, it's inside the game folder, and tries to load from the textures folder, which is not there. Yeah. I mean, it needs to be like this, essentially. Which is annoying. Yeah, this is reasons why I did not do this before. Because I was far into things. And I can't just change this one either, because then the debug version won't work, because that one is in the root folder of, like, the development build runs from here. So that one loads the textures. It always looks inside the textures folder. But when it's building the game, then it's in this package and tries to hashtag load. Ooh. I try to be all Instagram there and say hashtag. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Please don't listen. So, what do I do about that? I guess I can just asset name, this one says. So it says the asset name once there. Load path. What is asset name? Oh yeah, that's that thing. Maybe we just do like this. Writing code on cat and onion for the first time in ever. So what I'm gonna do is just add in that path like that. What's going on here? This is the all right. So this is a path hash. It's very dangerous. All it's like it's hashing the path here and putting it here. And now that now all the paths have changed. What does it use the path hash for now again? It's just for loading text, like it's a lookup at runtime. So I think that's fine. So this is the load name, like that. Put that there. So anytime it says load, we will do like this. entity types file name. I don't love this. Ooh. Okay, it's just those 3 places. So now I fix those. So now, I mean, the game will still run in debug mode. Blah, blah, blah. But if we run build release now that seems to work. Build release no Steam. Right, that seems to work now. You can go into the release builds folder. Here all my, this is me making their builds in earlier this year. I think it's Cat no Steam. This one. It's just made just now. So you see, this is 57 megabytes exe. You start it. Oh, it started in full screen. Interesting. Maybe that's messed up my whole. Oh, there we go. It's back. And this should still work fine. And now I can't skip stuff anymore. So that works fine. I don't love it that ... because if we look in assets, now I can leave this running down here maybe. Now you see all these loads are like ... slash textures because it loads. It's compiling inside a game folder, but needs to go up one directory to find the textures. And I think all the loads should be like that now. That works fine. And this also seems to work fine. The game seems to work fine. I like saying hello to things. Oh, hi there. Can I pass through the caves? Sure, cat. Yeah. All good. Right. So then I think all the different builds work now properly. Yay. Let's commit that then. Now the fun stuff starts here soon. I don't really need to commit the assets file because it generates each time, but wait, is there any other main file? Main release. No, there's just 2. Main release is just like this file that imports the game, and just this is just a simple. It just sets up the game without hot reload, so it just runs the sort of inists the window, inists the game, and runs the game in a simple way. But if you look in the main file here, this is with hot reload. This does a lot more. It's like blah 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 blah, and you know it does all these hot reload things here. This is, if you have seen my my hot reload template, I can link that on. If you have seen that on GitHub. I never know how to navigate GitHub. I'm like, how do I quickly get to my own repositories? Is it here? No. And then I'm like, your repositories? And like, slow. And then I'm like, okay. I don't know. Yeah, this repository it's a template for doing the hot reload stuff, and this template sort of has, you know, the game folder, and it has a main hot reload, but this is made after this game was shipped, like, and then I tried to sort of migrate the things I learned, like make it the structure slightly nicer. So this one, you see, it has the build files here, and then it has 3 folders: the game, blah blah blah. So it, in one sense, what I've done here is just make my already shipped game a bit more like my template. Hello, Akku, welcome. Good morning. Okay. Git status. Let's just double check this, because I mean, it is I don't want to break anything. And I think maybe I wonder if all the other ones, the ones without the data, changed as well. No, they didn't. Okay. Because I thought if the hash had changed of the path, but it hasn't. Fix release build with new game folder relative paths 2000. That? Okay, let's start with the code stuff now, maybe, because yeah, like I said, I could move the fonts also. Maybe I'll do that later, but that's not so important right now. I'm quite happy with... I don't go looking for things in here that often. And it's quite obvious from the assets.odin where things are. I mean, you have path equals blah, blah, blah. The music, here are the two. Here's the entity types and the dialogues assets. Those are not in a folder. Then you have your fonts. Those are not in a folder. And then you have 2 shaders. But yeah. I don't even think... This shader is not even used. I could remove that. I think... Let's do that maybe. Sky shader.fs. Yeah. Let's delete it. It's not going to do any difference at all. Except that it will disappear from the... Yeah. Like that. So let's open game.odin now. And like I said, this file is 12,000 lines long. And I don't think big files are a problem if only you use them. But I tried to put this source code up on itch and stuff, and on my Patreon and stuff, and it's just bad. Like, if I want people to learn anything from this, they should have an easy way to start, to have a first look at things, and this way is not very good because it's not very education. Like, I know myself, I will look for a player.odin or something to see, like, oh, how does that work, and that's just somewhere in the middle of this file. Time for more Thermos coffee. I have a tiny Finnish cup here. I know it's Finnish because it says so on the bottom. Finnish flint, made in Finland. Very nice. So found it on some second-hand store. And you get a nice squeak. Here, bye. Anyways. So that's what we're doing next. So we need to... I haven't been in this code for a while, so we need to sort of start looking through it and sort of try to make a little plan for how to do stuff. A nice thing about this is moving code in Odin is like the separate files. You just move it to a separate file and it should still work. And I should still even be able to run the game with hot reload and move, like, completely create new files. Why doesn't my like that. That's what I wanted to do. So I could essentially leave the game running down here, like that, and then we can look around a bit in here. So here are some constants. The demo has never shipped anywhere except that I used it in Germany at a what's it called? At Amaze Games Festival. I used the demo on my Steam Deck I had brought with me, so people could try the game but not play the whole thing. But I was thinking of putting it on Steam, but it's such a short game, so it feels a bit like either you buy it for a cheap amount of money or you don't. And it just felt weird to have a demo when it's like, okay, the demo is like half the game. So I skipped that. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting here. Level name, checkpoints, load checkpoint. My checkpoints, I never had a very good save system. My checkpoints are just like, I know specific points in the game where I could like know exactly what stuff you have. So it's just like the checkpoints is just an enum, and then it just sets all the state, like which items should you have and stuff. There are some things that it's not perfect. I wouldn't do that again. I would probably have a better way to do it. Here are my pickup descriptions for different things you can pick up. Some stuff for adding to inventory. Some code for picking up an item. Something about colliders. Something about animated objects, triggers, entity handles, blind points. Blah, 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 blah. I think the best place to start is maybe making a player.odin file, because that stuff I know is easy to move. And it's sort of the stuff I would like to look for myself. So let's go into game folder. Yeah, there's no player.odin file in there already. That's good. So let's make one. Save this as player.odin. And the package name I think needs to be game. Package game. So we have a new folder like that. New file, I mean. And then we find like the player update maybe. That's, I think it's called cat update. This is the player update procedure. This one is long, because it has all the whole state machine for the whole player inside it. And the physics for it, because the only thing with physics in the game is the player. So that's the physics code is built straight into it. So we do that, compile. This will compile and just hot load. I thought, oh yeah, this will be interesting. This will not be as easy as I thought. I thought it was like, this is gonna compile. So I did, in game.odin we have like gmem. So this one is file private because I didn't want, like when everything was in one file, this was fine. This is my global memory thingy. And I have a global world pointer as well. It's also file private because it's just used in here. That's the current world you're in. That you don't have as well. How do I do this in a nice way? I mean, this could obviously not just use gmem.world. I could stop having the world as a global. I could stop making it file private. The problem is that the editor, I think, I think there's been places where the editor accidentally has it, because the editor is in the same package. So there's been places where the editor accidentally used the same world, and everything got very confused. Because these use the same concept of a world, right? Yes. So that's our first little trouble thing we need to solve. So I don't just want to remove this because it's dangerous in the editor, I would say. Well, maybe like create world. Okay, maybe it's not that dangerous. You see here, for example, you have like, I should probably turn on like the vetting also. Let's do, maybe we do that. So this is going to be a bit back and forth because I'm like, okay, you know, always when you try to refactor something, you start in one end and then you change some stuff and then you, so let's maybe, you know what I want to do? I want to turn on build game. I want to turn on, because I think this one has like, it doesn't have all the vet flags on. And I think I want to turn on all the vet flags. This is going to give me some trouble, but let's do that. So. Okay. Apparently I did like that. Guess in these cases I can just do that instead. It's a bit ugly. What should I do here? Because this is how you get that, because all the proc parameters are immutable. This is immutable, so I can change it. So I make an immutable one here, and then this thing takes away some of it, maybe. But I think that's fine. Yeah, we just do like this, I think. There'll be a few of these. Okay, so here is one. Because now, so what I did here was that I changed all these separate vets to be like, I turn on the full vet, and that turns on shadowing vetting. And I've previously I've turned off shadowing vetting specifically because I like having this sort of being able to reuse the word okay like this. So I can have this okay is here. And oh, so these two shadow each other also. This is actually worse than I thought. I thought that there's some trailing white space here. I thought, yeah, this makes sense because when you write something like this, then these two variables are available inside here, but also inside every single one of these. And maybe we should just have like this. Something like that. That's nice and explicit, I guess. Maybe? Changed shadows redeclaration. Okay, so there's a changed up here, and then I reuse it. Why don't I? Oh, it's just because this becomes so long. What's this thing then? What is this? This is a drop down for choosing an event type. Okay, so we say curt changed. So the reason I want to turn on vetting is because then I can easily see if I accidentally reuse the word world anywhere, because it's a global with that name, and then if I anything in the editor accidentally use that, then I see that if I turn off the file private thing. So that's why I want to do that. Here you see, here's two OKs in. Ugh. Declaration of screen rectangle shadows declaration at line 8446. Okay. Yeah, I don't like shadowing. Shadowing creates very hard to find bugs. But I was a bit like, I like having the OK. That was my whole reason. I like being able to reuse the word OK. Because of these inline if statements. But I kind of changed my mind on that. Screen rectangle. It's like that. This screen rectangle. Is that exactly the same? I think this is just delicious copy pasta here. Screen width. If I take this, go here, paste this. Yeah, there's no difference. Let's just remove it. Unless the screen height has changed since then. I don't think so. I don't think so. Hooray, it compiled. I think it even hot reloaded. Maybe. Let's restart that and have a look. I changed many things in the editor there, so it's like maybe I changed some dialogue or something. This is how the dialogue in the game looks. It's a custom node graph. It's a bit over-engineered actually. That all looks okay. So I've turned on vetting. Hooray! The one thing I haven't done is update the Odin compiler. I still use my old one. So this Odin compiler is from maybe beginning of this year. Maybe I'll do an update where I allow you to use a newer one, but there are still some unresolved issues in some packages that I have modified. I should probably make local copies of those instead. Okay, so we no longer allow shadowing. That's good. Now we can go to game.odin. We can find world. Yes, and let's remove this line. Okay, that works. No problem. So that now at least if we ever accidentally I mean, you can still accidentally change this from within the editor. That would be wrong. But you won't accidentally shadow this anywhere. Okay, let's go to player.odin again and find cat update again. Let's copy this. Wait, did I commit this? No, yeah. Let's That's that, right? So the player update procedure is like 800 lines long. Like that. And now we recompile that and we'll get a bunch of funny errors, but we can probably work those out. So here we can use world instead, because the gmem.world and world is the same. And then we need to import raylib in here. Import core, no. Import rl vendor raylib. Then we see here we need to import math. And time. Okay. Here's some more trouble. Thank you for becoming a member. Nobody special. Okay. So here's a problem. Ooh, lots of shit I've hacked in. You wanted emotes. Excellent. Very, very good. What do I do here? This is if you're talking to someone, then this active interactions, blah, 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 blah is used. You have selected actions and all that. Let's see here. So this is used, remove inventory item. Selected action. I think the easiest thing might just be to make the global memory usable throughout the whole package. It's not super pretty, but I have to refactor so much to fix that. And I mainly wanted to compartmentalize things a bit. Hello, Justin. Good morning. So let's try removing that and see what happens. Okay, so now this runs with the player in a separate, most of the player update code is in a separate file now. It's good. What more? Let's maybe make this window a bit less wide. There you go. I removed the line numbers because I'm trying to save space on my screen. So one thing that would be fun if I say here on the in my little over here, I say that there will be a Odin holiday jam. So I just make a little ad for that, I guess. This thing. So you can go, there's a link in the description if you want to join. So it will be a game jam between 27th and 29th December. It's a short 48-hour game jam. Not this week, 1 week long. It's only already 92 people joined that are registered to participate. And yeah, the only rule is you must use Odin to make your game. You can use, pre-made libraries like Raylib, or if you have your own framework, you can use that. But you just don't make any. You're not supposed to make the gameplay code ahead of time. That makes sense. That's just like in game jams, it's okay to use a pre-existing game engine, but you should try to make the unique things to the game within the game jam. So you're very welcome to join all that. And there's a link in the description. Or I can also put it in the chat. h.io. Here you go. So let's move some more player things over, maybe. This is the player struct. So we may put that there. That should just compile, no problem. Set state is just for the player as well. So we will just move this whole thing. This is just for whichever state you enter. If it's like the dashing or the hang, the dashing doesn't exist. This was like the first few weeks of the game. I had a dashing, so that's like a Celeste style air jump, doesn't exist. But it's still in there. Could maybe remove it, but we move that as well. Maybe we can put it beneath this thing here. Nobody special says, I will probably stream my entire jam dev. Looking forward to it. I've not done a jam before. I'm very scared what the end product will be. It's okay if you don't manage to, like if your end product is just like, aha, I can move a box back and forth and it makes a funny sound when I put it on the left side of the screen. That's fine. There's so many. It's just about, learning something new essentially and having a bit of fun while doing it. So don't be afraid. There's no one ever judging. CB88 says, I think it would be cool to have a theme reveal on the day. Yes, so there will be an optional theme, because I know there's people have strong opinions on themes for game jams. So Because some people, you know, they sit like a few days before the game jam and just like, oh man, what game would I like to make? And then they come up with a super nice idea and then they feel like they can't do it because of the theme. And that's, you know, I would like people to be able to sort of just do whatever they wanted. So I will have an optional theme. So I will come up with some kind of theme that can be used by those who want to use it as like, they're like, okay, I'm going to use a theme. And then they have either for inspiration or to give themselves some kind of constraint. So that's my solution to that. Right. So we moved all that stuff over. Now this file is 1000 lines long. I think probably still works. Right. We don't have to restart this all the time. We can just hot reload to the sky now, I think. Hot reload to the moon. So that's good. I kind of miss my line numbers. I'm going to put them back. You mean the scaling of the game is smooth? Maybe. I also letterbox it because my game doesn't support any other aspect ratio than it supports 69 and 1610. Because see there here now it switches to 69. There is 1610. But other than those two, it does black bars because everything is handmade in the game, so it's very hard to make sure that people can't see things they shouldn't be able to see. Okay, so we have 1000 lines in our player file now. Let's just search for player cat in the... Let's also do... I'm gonna commit this now. Moving player things. I might also rename the player because I realized there's two different players. There's the rocket that is very momentarily, but it is there. So this is more like player underscore cat, I think. Because there is, I mean, it is so-called player cat. And you might also notice that if you've read my book or if you've looked at my more later prototypes I've done during this year, during that time I've adopted the Odin coding convention of putting an underscore here. But in a cat and onion, I did not. I thought this was for types and this was for variables and stuff. That's just how it is. Maybe we can... I'm trying to optimize my screen real estate here. So I'm just hiding the start menu also. Like that. Wow. I could probably also give myself some extra room. Wait, I'm gonna do some stuff over here. I make myself tiny bit smaller. Whoop. Then I take this, make it a tiny bit smaller, move this text. Oh no, I moved the whole screen. It's me live editing the... It looks like this. You can see the eternal tunnel here. I'm just trying to give him some more space. This is how it looks. I should probably get some proper stream set up. You know, people have all these cool programs that have visualizations on the screen. I just hand edit some stuff on the screen. And then I move my chat like that. And then I've gotten some free space. Voila. As they say in France, I guess. Mm. Could also make this text slightly smaller. My little ad, or whatever you want to call it, for my stuff, for my book and my ad for my book and my jam. Has anyone read my book? It's been very nice, like very heartwarming to release the book, because many people have bought it and many people also said they liked it. So Michael says he's gonna try to read it a bit before the jam. Yeah, you can do that if you want to, like, read my book if you bit for the jam, if you want to just be a bit more familiar before that. I think especially if you maybe, like I say in the jam description, what you can try is you can try follow the free tutorial videos I have on my, like my snake or something, just to get going. You can try that to learn a bit, and then if you still feel like you really want more, you could read the book, or you can just go into the game jam and you don't have to do anything before the game jam. You can start the game jam and be like, okay, now I'm gonna download Odin compiler and start playing around with Raylib. That also works. Oh, thank you, Ian. It says the book was very useful. And thanks for liking the HTML. I spent a lot of time. It's a custom generator. It's an Odin program that takes Markdown, and I assemble HTML based on that, and everything is custom. Because I was trying to just use Hugo or something that I use for my blog on my website, but it's so hard to, like, it's just so annoying to make things truly look a bit custom. Oh, thank you, nobody special. Oh, thank you, Justin, who has been following along and coding along about with the book. It's yeah. So I think I approached writing the book a bit because I wrote for my video game, tried to write. Then I wrote dialogue, and then I also been writing short stories in the past and stuff. So I was trying to, instead of this, very stringent, matter-of-factly sort of technical writing, I was trying to think more like, okay, how do you write a technical book, but try to write it as, a novelist or something would write it. It's a bit of a tricky thing, because sometimes it does get a bit too much of a word salad. Sometimes maybe you'll be like, oh, now he's just talking too much. But I think it really makes it possible to sort of bring people along and make them understand something. More coffee for my picnic. Sorry for that. That's my thermos. Okay. Oh, thank you, Justin. Let's see here. Let's move some more things. So we have 1,000 lines in there. Here's something called the player carry position. What's that? It fetches the cat, the player, and look, I think this is for... Wait, this is not even used. I'm pretty sure this is dead code. Yeah, delete. I don't think this is used either. How do I? Delete. Spore asks, is there an audiobook? No, but I mean, audiobook for code, I guess, I mean, maybe good for people with blind people. Like there are some blind programmers and stuff, but I think they usually tend to use screen readers and so they can go, but that's what I've heard at least. There was one person who liked listening while reading, so that person actually turned on the voice to text while reading. That works. But okay, so yeah, I understand. Like if for example one has maybe dyslexia or something, then maybe it's nice to have a read version. But yeah, it would be an interesting project to sit down and read the whole book. I have actually read the whole book out loud to myself, because one way to find errors in a text is to read it out loud, because when you read it out loud, suddenly that thing that you always glossed over sounds wrong. So you're like, wait a minute. So I read it on my Kindle. I sat in the kitchen and read it. It took 2 days for me. Read it like I was mostly mumbling, but yeah. Player feet collider. That one is used. Yeah. So we're also going to delete some code here. That's always fun. There was a person who helped me with some proofreading who also used a screen reader. And the person said that you find lots of errors when using a screen reader because it will... yeah, you will hear when the screen reader says something in a weird way. Get default collider, player get collider. Get player collider. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's move that here. There was some, I mean, English is not my first language, but I talk and write enough English that it was possible for me to write the book. But still, there are some things that I noticed over the time of writing this book. One thing was that I didn't know there was two words, like, I didn't know this, that there is advice and advice. So I advise you to blah, 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 and let me give you some advice. I didn't know that this word existed. I've seen it a million times, but I didn't know that. So and it was actually Pythagorascal in the chat who did some proofreading. Who thank you so much for that. Who had the screen reader read the whole book, and I think it was you who saw me do this a lot of times, and I didn't know that this was two different words. I didn't know this word existed. Maybe I thought it was an American or English thing, I don't know, but I always wrote this, I think. I never wrote this. So that's something, like small things you learn, even though you think you're pretty good at English. Yeah, so with regards to English, I like being grammatically correct and using the right word. One thing I actually don't like, there is the US and American English, right? So sometimes an S becomes a Z, and some other things. There might be an extra U somewhere sometimes. I actually that that thing I actually tend to ignore. I mix American and British English because I know that all Americans and all British people usually will understand both. I think that's as far as I have understood. Maybe it looks sloppy, but I at this point I don't really. I know color with a U is British. I don't know with the Z or the S version which one is American, which one is English, and I have sort of like, it's just English to me. A funny thing about the Odin source code is that Ginger Bill is British, so if you look at there's like center justify. So because this is a common thing in British, and then there's a define above with this, and then it's because Americans exist. I thought it was funny to find. But what I meant that yes, I mix up the American and English, but except for maybe for the color and stuff, I don't really know which one is. The color one is obvious to me, but I don't really know which one is English and American anymore. The neighbor, I always write this one like this because when I say it, it sounds like there's a U here. Neighbor. This looks like neighbor to me. So I think I always write this even in American English because I think this is British English if I'm not incorrect. I don't know. So I'm just gangster with my English, I guess, mixing almost on purpose. Yeah, color with a U is British, but that's one of the one that's obvious to me because I think I write color so much in code that I want to write with an O, not skip the U. Dimitro asks, how do you compile application in Odin and Rayleigh without terminal popping up? So you build you do something like this. If you put subsystem Windows, I guess you're on Windows in that case. If you put -subsystem : Windows, then you will get no terminal. That's the simple explanation. If you're Windows, that will work. So American English went through a reform. It's funny, the Swedish also had a reform in, I think it was in the 1930s, 1920s, maybe. Before that, Swedish had lots of Q. There was Q everywhere. Now, in that reform, they removed, I think it was around there at least, I'm not exactly sure. They removed almost every single Q. The Q is still in the alphabet, but it's only used in last names and imported words. There is almost not a single Swedish word with a Q inside it anymore. All of it is a K now. So like a branch used to be this kvist, but now it's like that. That's branch in Swedish. That's in tree branch. So it's fun with language when the state suddenly decides we're gonna optimize the language now. They also removed lots of double letter things at that point. Okay, less language, more programming. Or more moving code. It's not barely programming at this point. Spore says, you're from Sweden, I thought you were Polish. Ha ha ha. Names can deceive. My mom is Polish. She knows Polish. I don't know Polish. I can say kotek and krówki and dobrze and not so much more. But yeah, I don't speak Polish, I'm afraid. Maybe I should learn. I'm talking to my mom and her uncle. But yeah. Oh, Kotek. I see that it's a acrylic. I guess it's Ukrainian or Russian, maybe. Can never tell. Not good enough. Telling them apart. Okay. Search for player cat in here. Get nearest grab point. This is for the player. Kotek. Yeah, Kotek is cat. And that should work. We're just moving things and compiling. Try grab. This is also for the player. There's so much here that's just the player doing things. Dimitro says, I think you're moving to play, but the winter nights and taxes are scary. But it's compared to many European countries, the taxes are roughly, in the end, the taxes are roughly the same. At least like compared to many West European countries, it's mostly the same. But yeah, the winters get quite dark, but the summers very bright. In the summer, especially in the further up north you go, in the summer the sun barely sets in the sun barely sets in the summer. So this procedure here I moved, try grab, is for when it tries to grab onto a ledge point. So it gives it it runs is hang state allowed, which means that you're close enough to one of these grab points and stuff. Is hang state allowed? Okay, let's see here. So this is unoptimized stuff here, right? Like this one just like loops over all the colliders and checks some stuff here. The whole game updates in a few microseconds, so it's fine. But these are the kind of things where you're like, oh, you can probably do this in some games because I don't have a lot of colliders. But in some games, this is of course looping over all the colliders for checking one thing. Then you should probably have some spatial partitioning instead if it gets slow. But I don't have that problem. I still have player.odin open. Let's remove that. Is hang state allowed? Try grab. Get nearest grab point. That goes over all the grab points. Looks good. Well, this is quite... It's almost a bit like just sitting, talking on a chat and moving some code. Get player grab pos. Is that used? Yes. Get hang state collider. That's used. But why is it hang state? Okay. Let's put it there. This is a nice thing about moving things between files in the same package. You just move them and it just works. Then you can do more work on it later if you want to make the code nicer, like more nicely split up. Dimitri asks, is benchmarking in Odin easy? How good is it? Do you often benchmark game applications? It's quite easy because there's bindings for a profiler that ships with it. I can show. Where is it? Start profiling. Gmem.profiling. How do I start that? I just have to check my own code. F9. Puzzling Game Dev asks, how is Odin's compile speed optimization? It does compile slower when you compile with optimizations on. It compiles quite fast when you compile with optimizations off, which is what you do when you make in development mode. That's the most compiles you do will have optimizations off, right? But when you make a release build, it's a bit slower. It takes, I don't know, like we can compare here. We can run. This is my build. This builds the whole game. Took 2.2 seconds. It says build release no Steam. That was the full release. That was maybe 4. I don't have a timer on that one. But it was a bit slower, as you see. But yeah, so this is my dev build. And as you see here, the most of the time when in the dev build is also inside LLVM code generation, 80%. That's why Odin was looking at maybe supporting a separate backend for development builds that's faster, because the time when you iteration time is mostly important in your development builds, because that's the one you build over and over again. So the Odin devs were looking at adding a new backend that uses the tilde backend. So you can use that for your dev builds, but that both the tilde project and that stuff hasn't it's not ready yet. But that would be cool, because that would probably be a lot faster. So we make my rebuilds faster. But to be fair, I often sit and I recompile, and by the time I look at my window, it's almost already done, because it's like 2 seconds, so it's fine. If it starts to go of 3 seconds, then it starts feeling like you know. Okay, I was gonna show the profiling. Sorry, because Dimitri asked about profiling. Yes, he asked about profiling. So I have here. I press F9, and then there's a P up here. That means profiling. Yeah, and I press F9 again, then it's done. I close the game. This has nothing to do with Odin, this F9. This is just me. I will show what it does. But what I get here is a profile.spol file that's just create. This is old. That's why I stopped talking. I was like, wait a minute. Why didn't it save my profiling data? I delete that one. Yeah, maybe in the wrong folder, but it should be there. I'm gonna try again, see what happens. Profile. Press F9. And there, because I think maybe it doesn't write. No, it's supposed to write it out immediately. I'm not sure why it had the wrong date there. But anyways, so that one is created. I'll show you how the code works for creating it. But the nice thing is Spol. You can Google Spol, and you can go to gravitymoth.com that makes Spol, and then you can open the spol. This is just an example data here, but you can drag and drop your spol file into it. And then I can zoom in and I can see here. Here is my game update and update into main texture. Why is that? The names here are a bit, but so here you see play mode update. I think maybe this profiling scope is wrong or something, but play mode update, and then there's update default, and then we see the update closes interactable, update entities. Of the entities, almost all of the time is spent on update the player character, and a bunch of that is spent on the physics, blah blah blah. And then we have the drawing over here, draws the tiles, the entities, render. I think this is the raylib calls here. And then there's nmode 2D, and then it's blit onto screen and draw. This is just raylib waiting for vertical, or for my frame rate limit or vertical sync or something. This thing part takes 321 microseconds. This takes the rest of the frame, up to 60 FPS. So that's that file, the spol file. The way I create that is, so in Odin comes with, if you go up here, inside core folder you have prof/spol. So spol, the spol profiler comes, all the stuff you need to create these .spol files come with Odin, and then there's the web application you can use to inspect the data. And if you want a native application on your computer, you can buy spol native. That's the part of spol that costs money. That stuff is, I think, if I'm not wrong, this native application is actually written in Odin also, but I'm not sure. So I do that, and so, well, like I said, when I press F9, it's like create a context, like it does this. Oh, I will also link the, sorry, I'm a bit chaotic here. Spol. I will link this one, because this is the Odin documentation. This one shows how to set up spol with instrumentation, which means that every procedure call in your program gets a profiling scope. That might be a good starting point just to get some data. It might be a bit overwhelming because it looks like blah, everything got. But in this case here, you create a spol context, and it makes a buffer for it, and blah blah blah. And then you have here, this instrumentation enter happens every time a procedure starts, and this happens every time a procedure exits. But this is just sort of a quick, I would say this is a quick hack to get things going. What I have done in the game is created manual profiling scope. So I have this procedure called profile scope. Profile scope is this procedure. It just says, tells spal to begin a new sort of profile scope at this location, the source code location where I was when I called profile scope, and then I can also supply a name for it if I want to. But if I don't supply the name, then I think it uses the procedure that I was in, maybe, or yeah. And then this one has profile scope, deferred none profile scope end. So this procedure name that is referenced here will be called when the scope where this was called ends. So in that case, for example, here it is called in gather input. So at the bottom of gather input, when this scope ends, which is at the bottom here, then the deferred proc thing will kick in. So you have profile scope here has deferred none equals profile scope end. So when the scope where this is called ends, this will happen. So that will end the buffer. So that's how I manually, like whenever I want a procedure to have a profile scope, I just put profile scope at the top like that. So you see draw default, play mode update, camera rect. So I just throw those in, and it's very easy to put in new ones because you can see sort of when you see a gap in your profiler data, you just put in, try to find where something where that is. I also have manual profiling scope, so profile start here. I can make start and end like that because sometimes you want a subsection of it to have its own little thing and stuff. So I recommend Spall. You can start with the instrumentation, like the link I sent. You can start with that, but then you can look into making manual scopes, turn off instrumentation if you want to. Mache asks, what framework are you using for multimedia? Yeah, for like drawing and stuff. Yeah, it's Raylib. So the whole game is made. This game is on Steam and itch, and it's made using Raylib and Odin. I think it's fun to make games using Raylib because it feels like the good old days when I was making... I made a whole blog post about this. It feels like the good old days when I was making games using... what's it called? I used to make games using C++ and SFML, like in that many years ago, like 12, 14 years ago. But then I thought it was fun. And then I started trying to make all these fancy game engines instead. But when I tried Odin and Raylib, I sort of felt a bit like the old times, but with a slightly nicer language. Okay, there's lots of talking here. Very little code copying or restructuring. Players say. Mache asks if I find Raylib easy to work with or if it gets in the way. No, it's quite if you just want to make simple 2D game, like you can even have some full screen shader things on there, like some post effect or stuff. If that's all you need, if you need to render things, it comes with automatic batching if you use the same texture shader and camera, for example. That stuff is great. It just works. I had to fix a few bugs in Raylib while I had to submit a few pull requests to Raylib while I was making the game, but I think that's mostly taken care of. There was some bugs related to DPI scaling that I had to fix. But yeah, I think it's good. I think it's, if you just want to try to make a game and not worry too much about the low-level technology side, then I think you can go with Raylib. If you just want to try to make some gameplay code and draw some stuff. What is this? UIH onion seed in soil. Use item handler. This is when the player this is the procedures that run when the player uses an item with something in the world. For example, you can smack stuff with a baseball bat in the game. And stuff like that. Like I can, how do I, oh yeah, like that. I can zoom away. I unlock the camera here and teleport myself here. Pick this up. Then I can go here and talk to this guy. Oh yeah. I can't do that yet because I haven't talked to this guy. Blah 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 blah. Lots of dialogues. Oi. So this, for example, this action here where you smack it with the, that's the I think that's UIH flower tree. So if you try to use baseball bat and then there's some conditions, then it will play the baseball slap animation, set some timeouts and stuff. So I guess that's also kind of related to the player. That's why I was talking about that. Question from chat is, do you know about Vim/NeoVim? Why don't you use it? I actually know Vim. I can use the Vim navigation and stuff. I used to use Arch Linux for a while, and then I had Vim, and I had everything with Vim key bindings, and that's quite nice. I think when you're on Windows, it just doesn't fit in as well. So then I rather use Sublime because it feels like more. I tried to use the Vim vintage mode key bindings in Sublime. It's quite okay. I actually have Vim key bindings in my web browser. It's the most amazing thing ever because like my hands can get a bit cold when I use my mouse too much, too bad circulation. So if you go to like Wikipedia and go to English maybe like this, I have the Vim key binding, so I can use like J and K to go up and down. But the best thing about it is I can press F and I get a little label on everything here. And then I can write JF and stuff. So it's actually, I can press Shift H to go backwards. So this is all pretty, this is very good for not using the mouse too much once rummaging around on the internet. But in Sublime I just use the arrow keys instead and stuff. I did try the vintage mode a bit, but Hector asked what made you switch to Windows? Well, I guess the more the question is, why did I switch to Arch? I was just thinking it would be fun to try Arch. Then I switched back when I wanted to play more video games, and I don't really remember the reason. I'm not a fanboy of any operating system. I think, like, you know, people like being like, oh, which one is your favorite? I'm like, they all have their problems. I've used Mac OS for many years on a MacBook, and then I've used Linux on servers and on the desktop a lot, and then I've used Windows a lot, and I don't think any of them are that great. That's my very diplomatic stance on having a favorite operating system. It's just convenient to use Windows because you're making games. Most of the people play them on Windows. That's the first platform I develop on. Slightly more programs, like better debuggers on Windows. Better video editing applications, maybe. I don't know if DaVinci exists on Linux. Maybe it does. Then I'm wrong. But it's just slightly more programs to use. Wait. Be right back. Yeah, so like the chat says, it's debuggers are generally better on Windows. I mean, you can use GDB, but just getting a visual representation of memory or like a bit more interactive view that's easy to work with. I don't think, I really don't, I have never had that on anything else than Windows, maybe on Mac OS, but yeah, we have all this stuff. Like now I use the RAD debugger, which is nice. The question is Raylib cross-platform? Yeah, you can like this game compiles with almost no source code changes on Linux, Mac, and Windows. Raylib supports some other platforms as well, but I haven't tried any of that. Question have you tried making games on STL with Odin? The first thing I made in Odin was a little Zelda clone. That was like the first room in Zelda. I'm gonna show it. Zelda Odin. This uses STL. Look. This is the first thing I did in Odin. I was like, you can't leave the screen. And there's a little level editor here, because you can place these things like that. And then you get stuck in them, because I didn't implement anything properly here. But this was fun to make. So instead of finding a dump of all the level files for Zelda 1, I made a level editor and recreated the first room. So this is using STL, and Odin comes with STL2 bindings. You just import vendor colon like this, vendor colon STL2. You can use it. The situation for compiling Odin and Raylib to mobile is that people have successfully built like little Odin apps on Android and Apple, but there's no official sort of straight path to do it. There's some finicky stuff you need to do. But yeah, you can do that. I'm not sure about the Raylib part, but anyways, I was thinking this use interaction handlers. This is what happens when you use an item with. This is also part of the player. It's moving the whole game to the player file. Let's move that. Maybe we can make a new file called like items.odin. And then we take all of these. Whee! Is Sokal and Raylib similar? Sokal is like Raylib has like procedures for draw texture on screen, play sound, all the stuff. But Sokal doesn't have any of that. The Sokal is just like an abstraction of rendering APIs and some stuff for like abstraction for opening a window and abstraction for taking key presses and stuff. But it doesn't supply that whole layer of sort of it's sort of one layer lower. It feels a bit more like programming with Direct 3D or OpenGL or something like that. So you don't have all that stuff that's ready made for making a game. You must write some gameplay code. There's a game dev on YouTube called Randy. He recently started making his game with Odin. And he made a little 2D renderer in using Sokal. And he shows how he did that on his YouTube channel. You can look for Randy Game Dev or whatever it's called on YouTube. He talks a bit about that. More coffee. So I'm stalling a bit here because I'm starting to get a bit troublesome to take these things apart. I think we want an items.odin file. Baseball slap. Here's more dead code. This slap thing doesn't exist. Like this state I removed. But let's do that later. We can clean that stuff up later. Anyways, I'm not going to add the items file now, I realize, because it's going to be too many. Like, I just wanted it to be a bit more. It's so easy to start going crazy with that. Here are all the player states. Player state dashing, that one's not needed. I can repost that link for you. So I don't think. There you go. Doesn't allow clickable links if I don't post them, I think. Yeah, that's Randy. He's currently doing. He's just made a 2D renderer with Sokal with Odin. Player state, one shot anim. Player state. Let's move all this. Put it here maybe. And then we compile player state dashing. Why doesn't that work? Player state dash. Wait, what did I do now? Oh, because I removed that, of course. This one doesn't exist anymore. Remove that. Move that. That's just a state that doesn't exist anymore in the game. Anim charging. I don't think we can remove that safely. We couldn't. Wait, does everything still work? Did I just remove something important? Let's restart the game and find out. I'm gonna do a thing here. Game init window. It is already quite tiny. Make it smaller. Is there a position I put it at initially? Jordan asked if I use hot swapping. You mean hot reloading? Yes, the game has hot reloading. I just, because I made so many changes, I just wanted to do a clean reset there. But I can hot reload, it's fine. I wouldn't have been able to make this game at all if I didn't have hot reload, because it would have been too annoying to make the game. Okay, so charging is the butter charge. Right. Player action. So I tend to sit here when I'm doing this. I think also I think I closed it again, the game. I don't know why I tend to close it. I can put it here, leave it there. So these are the player actions. That's like all the things that are down here that are possible to do. Player action type. Right, let's just move all that. Or I'm gonna commit this now so I have like a safe spot. Because I moved all these things, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's not the red text pretty, but it's unfortunately it's not. I forgot to add the new player file. Add the player cat file. Player action. Okay. Let's see here what we were doing. It is a bit overwhelming to do this. Player action. But let's move these guys. Let's stop stalling and just move things over. Move those guys there. And then of more player action, player jump. What is this? This is action player jump here is one of the first things I did in the game. when I tried my, because these actions are actually, what are they used for now again? So I haven't been, I think they're part of events. Resolve entity reference. Use usable. Oh, so the actions is something that it lives on. When you use something in the world, actions are configurable from the level editor. That's what they are. I remember now. An action player jump. No, that one is actually used, I think. Yeah. Is closer interactable? So what I'm trying to do here is look for places where this is used and see if I should move them over to the player file. Get cat. Amazing procedure. Is that even used? Well, apparently it is. In trigger. Right. See here. Use usable. That's not really player. Now it used reflection there. Funny thing to use reflection for, but I'll take it. Checks the checked something using reflection in the gameplay code, but whatever. So the reason doing these kind of refactors is tricky, because you might have written code in a way that, yes, it's sort of related to the player, but it also sort of does some other things. So you know, some code is more glue code for the game. It's more of like the main game code. And some of it is more related to, it's just something directly related to the player. And that's why it's hard to do these kind of things, right? And not many people spend lots of time on sort of trying to organize things like this. And it's tricky. Get entity, player cat, blah, blah, blah. End update, no. Into transition update, no. Enter end state, no. No. Entity variant, slap. This state doesn't exist anymore, but these need to go. Yeah, these are the ones I was looking at previously. Use item handler proc. Okay, I will toss things in here and try to order it up a bit later. UIH default. So this is the default thing that happens when they use interaction handler, when you use an item with something. So if you try to use the egg with anything that doesn't have a specific action for it, then it says that would be rude, because it's rude to throw eggs at things, right? But this is all related to the player. Stalling a bit here because this is the kind of stuff I talk about. This is for when you, this is the flower tree. So if you use the baseball bat with the flower tree, this code runs. If you try to use the flower with the flower tree that's fallen off it, then the flower tree says you think you're funny. So this doesn't, like, sure, kind of is player code, but it's also just like general gameplay logic code thingy. Where do you put that? Is it still supposed to be part of the player file? Side room. Maybe there should be an items of loading package game. So this is why these things are hard to do. It's just like trying to split these kind of things up. It's so easy that it's just like, okay, play.odin became the new game.odin because I put all the code in there because it was like related to the player. But maybe there's a items.odin, which is sort of like everything related to that. Let's try that. Disable interaction seconds. This is maybe this is more like interaction.odin. That was smart of me to rename it. Maybe that's what it is. Then I just take all this stuff, blah, blah, butter charge. Yeah, this feels good. This feels correct. So all the different items used, blah, 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 blah. Bam. All these guys are going in here. Compile. I'm gonna have some compilation errors because this requires import core strings. There it compiles. Our game hot reloaded. Everything still works. Butter through here. Bam. Right. Now I'm like, okay, pick up item. Is that interaction? What is it? I guess it is. I think it's best to have, like, if you want to compartmentalize things like this, have some rough compartmentalization maybe. Not. Let's commit this now. Let's make a new wheel. Let's make a... This is the rocket. The rocket has lots of code. Like, you can control the rocket sometimes. In a very few specific... cases. Oh well, I guess we do that. Here's my here's a comment with some music ideas. We'll leave that there. Yeah, I was playing piano and wrote down the chords in game.odin and I never looked at them again. Now maybe, I don't know if there's any music that goes like this in the... And this is my own, like this 1 octave higher. I don't know. Something about music. Rocket update. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with having big files. To me, like, unless a file is 1,000 lines, like, there's a thing I don't like, you know, when you go into a Git repository and you click at a file and like, oh, this does 5 things, like there's 5 lines in here that does some stuff, and then you go to some other place. So when things is split often up into many tiny files, it starts feeling like you can't read the code anymore because it feels like the code is not anywhere. It's just, that's my feeling sometimes from that kind of stuff. So I prefer to have like this rough organization. And also in Odin, these files, they're just part of the same package. They're essentially the same file. Like, no, they're not the same file, but everything in all the files in the same package sees everything else unless you put private flags on them. So it still behaves very much similarly to them being the same file. So, yeah. I need to import raylib here also. Slice. Here I'm actually doing a thing I say in the book one should not do, but I did it because I didn't know better when I was doing this. Like, I check if this thing has the type, the union variant type ID. You can do this without reflection quite easily by just checking it. Yeah, but so I don't really need reflection there, but I'm not going to change that now. Some more rocket stuff. So I'm just making a rocket.odin file here. Da-da-doo. This is the best procedure. Got egg, change world. This is what happens when you pick up the egg in the game. It changes the oak tree and it disables some entities that has a specific tag. And then it does some other, it moves the squirrel and changes the renderable of it. Interact max distance. Is this used? Yeah. What is this? Update default. Also, this thing about getting lost in your own code, I never open files and look for something. Like I don't go looking for, oh, where's, let's go into the player file and scroll around a bit. I'm like, okay, cat update. Okay, no, the default, like maybe it's called update default. Oh, okay, and then I jump there. So I just use jump to symbol in the whole project. I don't, that's also why having a giant file is fine, because I don't scroll around in the code. I don't make any regions in the code for like stuff like that. But now I'm just trying, but I know that when people look at it, when they try to learn from it, they want to scroll around a bit and sort of try to have a look. And that's sort of why I'm trying to do this kind of stuff a bit. Okay, let's have a look inside the folder here. I'm thinking if I'm starting to feel like all this I'm doing is quite I'm starting to get like unsure if I even should be doing this. Like I like that I moved all the Odin files here and I moved the levels into a folder. That's all good. This stuff I'm doing with splitting the code up. I'm not sure I want to do that. Because it feels a bit arbitrary and like I can do it. I can make good decisions on what to do. This is like I watched a bit of Randy's video where he was trying to have 2 files and then he's like no, and then he went back to having 1 single file. Similar feelings, but I have many files. Just I had 1 big file with many things in it. That was fuck. I'm gonna revert some of this. I changed my mind. Because yes, maybe it gets a bit easier to open and like, oh, here's the player file, but what am I supposed to put in here? It's like I mean, of course you can do things like this as you're making the game, but tearing it apart like this now it feels very artificial. Then I would essentially jump back to this. Commit here. I would only do the restructuring. I don't know. What do people think? Does this help at all? This. Yes, sure, now there's a player cat, but what am I supposed to put in there? Yeah, well, the point was I wanted to take it apart just to make like when people download the source for the first time, they're like, oh, here's the player, and then they open that, and then they go around and like, okay, looks good. Gonna get some water and think about it. Right. Nah. Yeah, maybe I'll just write a little document. Maybe I'll, like you say, maybe I should write some documentation instead. Okay, I'm gonna force push this. No longer allow shadowing. Remove and use shader. So this is the number we want. Now I'm gonna figure out on Git here. I'm gonna force push it back. I'm not gonna. This is sure. Maybe some patron has checked it out, but if we ignore that, because I don't want to. Oh, Windows happened. Okay, now I'm gonna figure out how to force push detached head as branch. Okay, git push origin. Force. Ha 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 ha. Now. Now it's gone. The stuff I did. Git checkout main. Git pull. See if it gets confused now maybe. Okay, it's still confused. I mean, I just did a crime there essentially. Force pushing things, but yeah, doesn't. Oh, I'm ahead. Okay. Git checkout. How do I? Gonna do it. Check another thing here. How do I reset a branch to? Oh, this is my git reset branch to commit. I just want to move head to here because I accidentally now have these. I do it like this. Git checkouts check. Git branch the main. Git check. Git pull. Git checkout main. Now I really done it. No. Git put origin. Fetch head. Git branch. Git checkout main. Actually, no guess. No. I missed. Git status. Git log. Huh? No. Yeah, I don't want to revert. I have actually forced pushed it already. I just want to... I deleted my main branch and now I want to get the main branch back. Can be both a local and a tracking branch. I mean, I'm already... I just don't have a main branch anymore. I deleted it because I thought I could just pull it back down. So... I mean, I have a main branch remotely. I just don't have it in this thing. Like, I can pull... No, git fetch. Can do. Git checkout main, I can't do. Could both be a local file. Aha, okay, okay. Now I get it. It was a file called... There we go. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. This should all still work fine. Yeah. Good. Let's see what we have here. Right. So now we have what we, at the start, we moved these things to a folder. We have a giant game file, that's fine. Let's maybe go through this and remove some stuff that's not needed. And maybe make things a bit nicer so it's a bit nicer to find your way around. That's what I'm thinking. Here's some types, something with rect, blah blah blah. Recreate grab points. Pick up. Anything else organizational I want to do? So I was complaining before because I tried to check out main, and main was this folder also, so that's what the problem was about earlier. This is fine. Some exe files, some DLL files, some batch files. Here's the fonts. I could move the fonts to a separate folder maybe, but... Meh. I'm pretty happy with that. One thing I was thinking if I should try to update the Odin compiler, but nah. There's too many things that might break from that. I mean, everybody who gets the source gets this Odin compiler here, and you know. Right. Let's remove some things that are not needed. Remove the dashing state. I removed this earlier, but I unremoved it in my... This state doesn't exist. There's also the slap. Doesn't exist. Yeah, I could just remove the slap prop there. Player state slapping. Nope. Doesn't exist. Yeah, let's just delete code instead. That's much more fun than moving code. Much more fun. Slap, blah, 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 blah. I like that the state for when you're hitting something with the baseball bat is baseballing. Git commit. Remove dead code. Yeah, sorry if anyone any patron had pulled main while I was doing that. I just felt like not reverting all that stuff. I just instead force pushing it, but yeah, hopefully no one was there. Yet. Otherwise you have to. Easiest maybe is just delete the repository and check it out again. Right. Anything else? Let's just scroll through this and see. Let's just scroll through this 12 million lines. What is this saying? Is it not used? Oh no, yeah, it's been deprecated. I like that as warning didn't pop up. Version 1.3. One thing I want to change is it says Zelinsky Games. That's just I realized between shipping it on itch and Steam that I should not try to pretend to be a company when I'm one person, because it's just bad for your sort of, you should want to have some kind of branding of yourself. See it like that instead. Much nicer. That's actually, I was supposed to do that in the last update I ever pushed to Steam and stuff, but I forgot. Supposed to change the Zelinsky Games thingy. It's very popular with indie devs to try to sound like they're a company, but it's actually just hurting you, because then people will not know your name, so they can't Google you, because it's maybe this Zelinsky Games, of course, is half my name, but some people be like Sunscreen Games or Super Duper Games, and then it's actually just one person, and then maybe you just release a single game under that so-called company, and then you got absolutely no brand building related to your name from out of that. So no one knows who you are still. So that's bad. There's a whole talk about this, why you should put your name on your game. that someone made on GDC, I think. It's quite good. Let's go through here and just write some nice comments where just Nobody Special writes, I have the perfect branding, a game by Nobody Special. But it's true, you could, if you made a few, like, it's also fine to use a handle, like if you use a game by Nobody Special, like, or a game by Bob, like if you do that, then that's fine. It's just if that's your handle online or something, just like, you know, was called there's a the creator of what's it called, the creator of that game where you fall down, fall down I don't remember what's it called. Undertale is what I was thinking of. That person uses a pseudonym, I think, everywhere. And that's fine. It's just when you come up with this company name that you will never reuse, that you never use related to yourself. Yeah, if it's not related to you at all, then it's probably bad if you're just trying to make a indie game yourself. So just put either your handle and stick to your handle, or your real name, whichever is fine, as long as it's possible to find you under that name online. Like to see what else you have done, and people can sort of, there's a little history, you get a little history behind your name. I think if you ship a game Nobody Special, it would be good, because then I think it's just a fun thing, you know, if a streamer is like, oh, it's a game by Nobody Special, you know, it becomes a funny thing. So I don't think it's a bad one. I wonder why this one is distinct. Is this even used? And why is it distinct? I don't like distinct math types. Is there a reason? Like, how much is it's used in 2 places? Tiles with collision. Okay, then I do that. Whatever. Maybe it's used in the editor or something. Nope. I locally define it instead. Enable world. Let's get so this will instead become me sort of trying to document a bit. Like, I'm not gonna go in, like, you know, every single thing, because I don't like that kind of documentation. I like, in front of a procedure, say, what is it doing, roughly. I think that's much better than being like inside a procedure and I like when it gives a rough sketch of what this thing does, what the purpose of it is, and then people can figure it out in their own way from that. I think 80 is a bit of a old school. Oh, maybe I can use 80. Or, nah. My game requires a... With 100, yeah. Let's stay at... Let's do like that. It creates all... Recreate grab points. So this thing here goes through all the colliders in the world and checks if it should be possible to climb it up on the left or on the right side, on the top left or top right corner of it. That's how you get the sort of little climby action. I can actually see it, I think. See, this is the debug rendering. These little green dots here, those are the ones that it creates. So if you jump, then you can grab it. And there's lots of funny things going on in this debug rendering. So there's the yellow dot. I think that's where you should be when you're hanging, and it uses that collider around it to check that that collision place is actually okay, so it's not, you wouldn't end up inside anything. Then there's these funny red lines, which is the camera panning. So when you pass it, it starts moving. You turn around, and so you have a, when you turn around, you have a dead zone where you can walk. And if you walk into it, then it starts panning, so you end up on the left side. Yeah, like that. The colliders in this game is a piece of crap. It just, you see, just colliders in here. I haven't really bothered. I mean, the game update runs in 300 microseconds on my computer, so it's fine. But yeah, you can see that it's a bit... It's funny also that in theory you could be inside here. In theory, I mean, there is, but you can never get into here because the game runs with this like fixed time step physics and stuff, so it's more or less impossible to end up in here in gameplay. But it has generated these because there was a ledge there, and like there was a corner there and a corner there, so it generated those. So there's all these funny things you can see when you're in. This is only in the dev build. You can see these. You can have this turned on. Anyways. Keep the game running down here. So I can show some stuff as I write some stuff here. This is run after world creation. It creates all the points where the cat can climb up. Plush Pilla says, hello, I'm going to participate in your holiday game jam, but it will be my first 48 hours jam. Any tips? My tip would be just try to, like, if you haven't used Odin before, maybe I would recommend maybe you just go with using Raylib or something, and you don't try to overthink things. You just like, okay, I need a player, here's a box, and then you make it possible to move it. You don't try to make any fancy system to do anything. Like, you don't have to make a big smart entity system. You just write the code to move the box, and then you're like, okay, now I'm gonna replace the box with a little graphic side painted, and you put that, you switch the box for graphics, and eventually maybe you want to move it to a player update and a player draw procedure or something. Then you do that, and then you just keep doing that until the game jam is over. Like, yeah, so if you just that would be my recommendation, to kind of not get stuck in trying to it doesn't have to be technologically fancy at the game jam, because you're just going through it all like a whirlwind anyways, you know, just adding, like, trying to make something work. And usually with just using something like Odin with Raylib, you can make a game that works in quite a nice fashion, without thinking too much of the architecture. I mean, this whole game here is almost made in a game jam way, but it's like, you can sort of notice that there's a 12,000 lines long file, and there's just procedures everywhere. It's not very thought through, but since I always just use jump to symbol, like cat update, blah blah blah, I just use that. I can still find things. It's not a big deal. Just write the simplest code you can think of that does the thing you want to do now, and then change it if you need to add something more that conflicts with that thing you did before, and just keep going until you're done. This is run after all creation. It creates all the points where the cat can climb up. This is based on the colliders. The colliders. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, focus on getting things done. Code polish is optional. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just try to make something that works. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. Rect add position, that doesn't need any comment. These level names are just here. I can't spell anymore. Yeah, now I remember. The level names are there because, like, I could have generated the level names, but I don't want them to move, I think, because they're serialized. So I don't want them to. Maybe that's actually not necessary anymore, because I used my checkpoints used to be my level, but then I added the checkpoints. I think these could, like, how does it save? It marshals the save. The only thing the save contains is which checkpoint are you at? Yeah, so I don't think this is really needed. But I also think they have different names. Maybe. Let's go into level. No, they don't. I'm gonna do an experiment here. I'm gonna delete this. Ah. Then I'm gonna go to Assets Builder. I'm gonna do this. Put it here and be like level name. Don't need a none. Level paths. I guess it worked. There you have level name in here now. This will have changed order, but it doesn't actually matter, I think. Yeah. I think the only reason I had the level name separately, because I used to use the level as the checkpoint, but then I added checkpoint enum, and then the level name is not required anymore. So now I could generate it instead. So it's all good. The checkpoints are manually. So that's the funny thing, right, about the checkpoints. They just, it's hard coded, like, okay, here's the first checkpoint, here's the second one, and then it just says exactly which items you should have. I did add these portraits at the end, so it actually saves that separately. So it always keeps track of that separately. So it almost fell apart because I suddenly had some items that come in as extra on top of your fixed checkpoint. But those are the items that can vary depending on how you played up to that point. Okay, that's in. So this is quite fun to go through and just document like that instead. This is to me more value than splitting it into files. Pickup type. This should actually be named item type, because this should probably be. This is obvious what it is. This descriptions of the pickups. A pickup is just a pickup type. I never added anything more inside this struct. It's quite funny. Okay, there's two. This is This is just when loading the game, I think. Yes, exactly. Special version of add to inventory that just adds the item without setting a key. It doesn't set any achievements or trigger any pickup animations. Digital Hobo says, aren't you supposed to write comments about why and not what? I think you're supposed to write comments about what the thing does. If there is a specific what that's important, then that's good. But if I just look at this quickly, it can be a bit like, oh, what does it do? So then I put a comment at the top. I don't like putting comments like this. Create new inventory item, because that's obvious when you're just looking at this. But getting an overview of the procedure, like it can be hard to see like the different things it does. So then just having one comment in front that explains what it does, I think is helpful. It's the same thing if you have like a file that implements a big system, then having a comment, a big like 200 line comment at the top that just tells the story of what does this system do, and then also maybe going into why also. That I think that's good. But yeah, I think you can have comments that say what something does, as long as it's not in an obvious place. Like this thing here, right? This says why this exists, because it's used when loading a checkpoint. Because when you load a checkpoint, you don't want to set any achievements or trigger pickup animations and stuff. And it's not obvious what this one does. Pick up item. It's like, but I thought this picks up stuff. Add to inventory. Like, oh no, but this is for when you feed an entity, and then it tries to figure out if it contains a pickup. But yeah, I really don't like like this. Pickup is egg. It's like that's obvious to me. I don't add stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't like. I think if you have a really long algorithm, then you can have like sections. Like if it's an algorithm that does like first it does this, we can have step 1, and then it's like comes 20 lines of code after that, and step 2, and then it explains what this does, and then comes 20 lines of code. I think that's maybe fine, but it doesn't help me to have like it doesn't help me to try to micromanage what the reader is, how the reader interprets it, because yeah, I don't think that's too helpful. A standalone collider placed in the editor, it does. Because a static collider that it's usually an entity with no graphical representation. I think that's what it does. This is an entity the trigger sends along when the event is fired. Trigger, check if in trigger, blah, 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 blah. No. Yeah. But it's barely used. Let's use there and there. The interactable, yeah. Well, it's kind of used. Spline, sort of a Bezier curve used when you're flying around. So these tags you can set in the editor. I can show you where they are. Tags you can set on things. Like here's the squirrel. It has the tag squirrel. I mean, it's also the squirrel, but there are some things like this one has the tag oak. It's just a object that is placed in the world that has that tag. Because I need to reason about it from gameplay later. There you go. An entity reference. References are used for storing unique IDs of things, of entities when the level is saved to disk. Resolve entity reference. Right, many tags. Action. So the different actions. These actions can be sort of the other things. I think it's in this level here. I think there are some actions that can happen. I think Or is it from the dialogue actions happen? I have forgotten. Mm-hmm. That just sends an event. Okay, when do you choose your actions? I've forgotten this. Edit mode entity properties. Okay, it's for the interaction system. So, for example, I think I removed most actions. But start dialogue. Chichibek asks, why do you use Sublime Text? I just like it. There's no big, like, well, it's simple, fast, simple and snappy, and I like the way I can navigate in it. Like this thing here, move along spline. I'm trying to find a place in the game where I actually use these usables. It's these guys. Here you go. Here's an action. So what happens here is this: when this spline is done, on done. No, wait. On done, none. When does these two trigger? Not interactable, not interactable. Aha. I think it just uses this tag to trigger this interactable, because I had no good way to, since the spline is created in the editor, I needed some way to reference it, so the best way to do was to create an interactable and give it a tag and then trigger that interactable, trigger that interactable from code. So I think that's what it does. Blah. Like here's an example. Like, so I had this I used to have these interaction points, right? Initially I was building a whole interaction system in the game, but over time I found that it was easier to just define things from code and just place those code-defined things. So we have here, for example, these are interactables created in the editor, but these B's here are actually just places where you can do the butter dash, so you can throw the butter on yourself and jump through. And these are actually a specific entity that I place instead. So in the end, it's a lot more like that, and that's something I realized, a couple of quite far into making the game, that I want to move as much as possible to code, because it's so much. The moment you have something in editor data, then you must have like a soft reference to it. Like you must, you can't just talk about it in the code. You must first fetch make sure that the thing comes from data into your code, and it's sort of, everything is a bit less like strict and nice in a way. Like there's less compile time checks, more runtime errors, stuff like that. Not so nice. So instead, I started moving things to code. So there are still some systems left that use this sort of interaction system. For example, triggering us to move something along a spline, because the spline is defined in the editor, because that's I only want to make, like, if you work on a big team, then you need to have lots of good editors. But if you work yourself, then it's nice to move as much as possible to code. But when you notice that something needs an editor, like a spline, because I cannot possibly express a Bezier curve like this, and edit it in a nice way from code. So that's a moment when I need a visual editor, and then I have created data in the editor, so I need to reference that data somehow and make it possible to trigger that easily from code. And yeah, so that's sort of one thing that the interaction system with the actions is still used for. Actually, I don't think they're called, I think they're called usables, that's correct. Is usable an entity variant, maybe? Yes. These are the things that entities of type usable can do. I should rewrite this shit. Flashpilla, is this why you shouldn't hard code your data? No, I think you should if you're making a game yourself, if you're all this depends on who is making the game. If you're making a game yourself, especially in my case when I have hot reload, so I can actually hard code data and hot reload and have that new data show up in the game without restarting it, then I think hard code as much as you can, because it's better. It's easier for you to create, and there's less references back and forth between editor data and your stuff. I think it's much better. But the moment you create something in an editor, like my spline here, then you need to be able to reference that somehow, and then you maybe need some system to sort of give that an identifier that you can use from gameplay code or something like that. But yeah, these are the things that entities of usable I don't even know if like many of these might not be used at all. I think triggers also use this. Let's see here, this trigger. No, this is a camera volume. Does not use. I think I had action focus camera. Yeah, I think almost everything in here. I think almost everything here is not used. I hope your cake is turning out nice. Okay, so I'll write this here instead. Gcoder GR asks, have you used a library for the editor UI or is it a custom solution? It's custom because I don't know why. I know there's a funny story why it's custom. I would probably have used maybe Ray GUI, but when I started this project, Ray GUI didn't have bindings and I was a bit lazy. And I've worked with making game engine tools before. So I was like, well, I can whip up an immediate mode GUI thingy. So I started doing that. So I started making all these buttons and these, I made little drop down menus and stuff. So it's all custom and it's just using, I mean, you can go to editor GUI, editor GUI controls. This file contains all of them. And it's just an immediate mode user interface that it just uses Raylib. So like, button is a good example because it's simple, right? So it's like, okay, draw a rectangle. Is the mouse inside MP's mouse bus? Is mouse inside that? Okay, then the next hovered ID. The ID is a increase, like that gets reset each frame, so it just counts up each frame. How in the order of how the UI is drawn. If you're inside that one, then the next hover will be that ID. So that is a one frame delay. So you can have, I don't know if that's really needed, but yeah. And then if you're hovering something and you click the mouse while hovering it, then it gets this active color instead and stuff. I don't know if there's a good. This is a normal button here, but I don't want to click that right now. And then this draws the border around it, and then this draws the text inside it. That's a button. It doesn't have to be more than that. And this could probably be simplified even more, because if you skip having act on release and instead of act on press, which is reduces latency, but some people might not like it. But if you do that instead, and if you're fine with it in your own UI, then you can simplify this even more. So that's a button. A push button has slightly more state because it has an active flag and stuff. And then it gets complicated when you want, for example, to make a multi-line string field. This is probably my most complicated UI control. So it has you can click it, and if it's active, then it has a backspace, left control, left shift, so you can move around. The caret, it knows where the caret is, and it can insert text where the caret is, and blah 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 blah. But I don't find these things very hard to make, so I think it was a small part of making the game to make these things. It's quite fun to make also. The drop down I think is fun to make, because it has some funny extra problems, with that this needs to be drawn afterwards. Actually, I'm using a render texture to draw this. That's just a hack. I could have done it in a better way. That's why it's a bit grainy, because I think my render texture is the size is slightly wrong. But this UI is used in the editor, it's just from me. It doesn't have to be too fancy. It doesn't have keyboard navigation, which if you ship it as to other people to use, then it should have keyboard navigation. Like the moment other people will use it, then you need to spend a lot more time on it. But this was used for me to use. Yeah. Right. Stores the state of a spline that is currently being evaluated. What's a UMPC? This U means it's unused. So there are no MPCs defined like this. Because I think I moved that to a sort of a mega entity struct instead. So yeah, Acorn Animator. This is amazing. What is this? Oh, this is the crazy animation that happens when you fly into the acorn. This is just me now writing a little story time in my own code. Voila. Baseball slap, obvious. Baseball slap up. UIH default. Open root cellar door. What's happening here? That's angry door closed. Calculated. Onion seed in soil. Front door. Famous line, we shall have pancakes without crunchy bits. Just hard coded like that. That's a bit what I meant. Like I can just do that. Like made it easier for me to just finish the game. But this is better for localization. So maybe I could have like something like localize like that, like a procedure or something. That somehow then I can stop my scan for this and swap this out. I don't know. Could maybe do something interesting there. La 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 la. Batter bowl, Pontus planet, globe, squirrel. Now this is good to know why this exists. I don't just don't just store the proc pointer directly. Instead I have enum. This is to make hot reload not sad. Animated renderable. This is quite a mouthful. This is maybe the procedure with most parameters in the old game. It's obvious what it does. Entity renderable type, texture animation letter, whatever. Play animation frame sound. This one is nice. So this is, I added this because every time an animation changes frame, this proc is called, and then it just check what is the name of the animation and which frame is it. So this is just hard coded. If it's the 12th frame of the cat baseball, like this is the smack sound that comes when you hit something with the baseball bat. This is the sound that plays in the intro when the ears appear on the cloud. That's on the first frame. This animation plays very slowly. This is the squishy sound when you fly with the butter through. This is a very, very important procedure because it plays many of the most important sounds in the game. Sounds that are tied to start a specific animation frame. And I just did it like that because it was easier. Like, I know I can look in Sprite and be like, oh, okay, maybe at frame 6 this should happen, and then I need to put that data somewhere, and this is much easier than making an editor. Like I said, if you make games for someone else, you probably shouldn't do this, but if you make it yourself, this is a perfectly fine way to trigger a sound based on which frame you're on in an animation. Many of these animations are like single shot, so they only play once, which is how this does not get annoying. This is when you, after you use the water bucket, first there's a water bucket sound, and then the cat throws it over the head, and just at the end of the animation it lands on the ground behind. Then there's a little thud. Lots of those things. Entity renderable. This was used a lot. Entity kind display name. This was used to give unique names to some things, but I only used it twice. Because these things have... If you try to talk to the globe in the second level, then it's the cat says, "Hello everyone I've ever known." Yeah. Alright. Note that there is both entity kind and entity type. Entity kind was added later when I realized that it is much nicer to have... It's much nicer to have as many entities defined in code as possible. Foxig asks, is entity type another enum as well? No, so entity type has a whole editor. So you can place entities. They have this nice collection of this level is just a mess. Much easier to look at this level. You can place entities, and here's all the possible entities, and then you can click on an entity and choose some properties. Then there's the entity types editor here, and here you can click new, and you can define these. These define a new entity type, which is sort of data that is saved on disk, and then these can later be placed in the game. The problem with these is that since they are created completely in the editor, I don't have like a nice way to sort of talk about them in the code. I must have some kind of soft reference again to them, and that's very annoying, I think, in the code. So quite late in the game, I use these mainly for like static things like trees and stuff that don't need any kind of fancy stuff. So quite late in the game, I added the entity kind, which none of the entity, you can see here, in place entities, there's lots of things to choose from. In entity types, there's these. So everything that's not on here that's in place entities is an entity kind. And those, the only thing they have is, like, for example, the cat here is an entity kind. It just has a placeholder texture in the editor. The editor says there's a procedure in the editor: placeholder get entity kind placeholder text. This is just says based on the entity kind which texture, and this is a texture name that comes from assets.odin. Which of these textures should you use in the editor when you're placing it? But it doesn't know a single thing about it except that I'm placing it here. Well, okay, you can place it, and then you can go in and add some things on it, like a tag and stuff, but it doesn't know anything specific about the entity. That stuff happens in create entity from entity kind, where it takes the entity kind and just produces an entity struct based on the type. This was so much nicer to do, because suddenly I could quickly just make an entity. I could sit in the editor like, okay, new entity kind, go to create entity from entity kind, add all the things, and then I just choose a placeholder texture, and then I add it to the game. I don't need to go into the I don't need to like go into the editor to define anything, which is much nicer to me. This is again me being like, if you can do it from within the code, do it from within the code, unless you're in a team where you need that editor stuff. But if you're doing it alone, put it in the code, unless you need an editor, unless you need a visual interface. Like when you're making a spline, you want a visual editor because it's too hard to do from code. But for just defining an entity type, like, okay, what render builds should it have? Well, where's the cat? The cat is actually special. It doesn't, yeah, that one can be ignored. That one is a bit special. But for example, the squirrel has an idle animation, and it can cry. Later, this animation can be swapped out, and it's interactable, and it says what happens when you try to use items with the squirrel, and it says which dialogue name it should have. So this is another enum. So the dialogue name. You see, this is all the dialogues that exist in the game. These actually are editable from within the editor, but I make the dialogue name here, and then I can edit it inside the editor. So I just defined it here, so I have a code identifier to use, because that's nicer, I think. Note that there is both entity kind and entity type. Entity kind was added later when I realized that it is much nicer to have as many entities defined in code as possible. Each entity kind is possible to place in the editor, but the editor doesn't know anything about it except that it has a placeholder texture. Right, and there's that proc. That one I'm not gonna... here's my entity mega struct. This one is a bit big, but recently I saw Randy's entity struct, and it was 4 times bigger. So then I was like, I'm fine. no, but it got a bit big. I mean, there might be some things in here I don't need anymore, but I'm not sure. Isn't it cool? Isn't there a variant there? So I think these are the kind of things that might confuse people when they look at this code, because they're like, okay, but you seem to have variant and a megastruct. Why is that? It's because I was making a game and changed my mind halfway. The reason the entity struct has so many fields is because it made the entity it's never good to start a thing with since the reason and then you've explained something, and like it's better used the entity struct has many fields. This is because the entity struct has many fields, or maybe I can write many fields because it makes writing dynamic gameplay code easier. I like that I said like, oh, the reason you do this is, and then I changed my mind. Yeah, language. Initially, I had almost everything tucked away in different variants. C. But it became clunky to unbox those union variants all the time. It's much easier to just poke fields, even though some entities don't use all the fields. Like that. Yeah, and here is even more of this stuff. So this is maybe the most legacy. One of the most legacy things in the whole game. So I have an entity kind, like I said. I have entity kind here, and then I have which type it is an entity type handle, because those come from like data. So there's just a handle to it because they're defined elsewhere. But never mind that. But then each entity type could actually have a variant on it that said, is this like you see here, this becomes like the entity kind was easy to explain. Oh, it's just like enum, you place an editor and then it spawns in the game, you're done. Good. Here I was like, each entity type could be static, or it could be an animated object, or it could be a built-in. So static and animated object was those we saw here. Like you can click this one. This tree is a static object that has this thing selected. And then there's probably an animated one somewhere. This waterfall is animated, and it has a texture chosen, how many frames and stuff. That's all good. So those are the two. But then there is a fourth kind that's built in, and those were the ones that were definable from code because they needed slightly more. They needed like whenever I needed to say what it does in code, then I made it a built-in. So you see that there used to be everything with view here is not used anymore. I used to keep them there because this data is serialized, so I can't change the order. So anything with view can actually be reused. So you see a UCat, URocket, waterfall, face, squirrel, and all these with view have been moved to entity kind instead of use entity type, because this built-in thing was just so. It was just tricky to use. It was just annoying to add new entity types when. Well, do we have a good? I think. Yeah, almost for everything that's like an NPC or something, this was annoying. It was much easier to not have this several layers of indirection and have this, like, because also these entity types needs to be serialized. So I had like, well, they don't need to be serialized, but the ones that come from the editor are serialized. And then on top of that, it had the built-in ones that were defined in code. And then it sort of appended those to a full list of entity types, and it was just messy. So I will never do that again. I think I will just have an entity. Well, maybe it will be called entity type or entity kind or something. But you know, it's much better to just have a simple enum that just says which type is this, and then you place it, and then the code says as much as possible. You put in the code about what it actually does. Be right back. Carl is gone. Cat time. Nice. Amazing. All right. So I said lots of things. I made some tea and stuff here. Entity type built-in variant. But this is a thing, right? It's sometimes it's easier to just make a new system and migrate what you can to it, and then you will have some data that's just too annoying to migrate, but it's the old system has become simple enough that I could just ship it like that. It was fine, but yeah, it's something you learn when making things. Bah. I made green tea. Look how far we come in the shores. I'm just scrolling through and trying to document things a bit. Get named spline. Is this even used? Nope. Probably remove that then. Named splines. Because I think I use tags for all the splines. Named positions, is that even used? Nope. Just created and then right. It should still work fine. Oh. Yeah. And that spline works fine. Good. Good. Where was I? I jumped away in the code. It was like that. Entity type. Checker text, that's just checker text. Get to render. Who the hell uses this? This is a bit of a hack. The editor uses that to render extra things on top of the game world. Draw rectangle. Is this used? It's used mostly in the editor, I think. And debug drawing, arrow drawing. How much work can you video? So, when I developed the game, I used DPI scaling because the editor requires it, but I ignore DPI scaling in the shipped game because there's no UI that requires it. Because there's some issues with DPI scaling on some platforms, I think it was. There's an issue with something Raylib. Camera state. Game state, space game. Yeah, NBG. NBG. What's that? Oh. This is not used. Pythonmatics asks why Odin over CPP. It's simpler and more fun to program in, I would say. Easier to learn, more fun to use. Odin. Odin is more similar to C, maybe, actually. Like it tries to be a more modern alternative to C, but it does bring in some of the things that you might have used in C++, so, such as there are generics and built-in dynamic array types and different kinds of... You can do some kind of... You can do like explicit overloading if you want to use a name with several different... like you want to use several different procedures under the same name. But I would say the parametric polymorphism, that stuff is sort of like templates in C++, but more useful. Like, well, it's not like templates in C++, but it's more for doing so that parameters to procedures can be of any type and plus some more. And that stuff is very useful, I would say. But it doesn't do it doesn't match one-to-one to C and C++. It does bring some different ideas compared to them, but it mostly tries to be a more joyful C. Have you looked at C3? I talked a bit, like the person who makes C3 is on the Odin Discord, and I talked a bit to him for different reasons, but I haven't used it actually. But it looks nice also. I think C3 and Odin are, yeah, they're probably quite similar target audience. Right, I'm not documenting these things because they're like gameplay specific, game state, space game. Well, that's when you are, when rocket is flying through the air and you are picking up letters, because it's not obvious from the name what it is, but inventory items. These are the different camera modes. I have not looked into Jai because you must get on Jonathan Blow's secret bait. I know it's not as hard to get into. It's easier to get into these days, but you know, I prefer using something that's open. Also because, you know, this channel wouldn't be as interesting if I use Jai, because people can't go home and try with themselves, you know. And it's interesting, you know, Randy, he used to do Jai, the YouTuber who does the the funny Australian guy. He used to use Jai, but his most recent project uses Odin. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he said that it was also because then people his viewers can try, you know, what he's doing easily. I'm a bit worried about Jai, that it stays so long in a closed form that it's. I would assume it would been like public by now, because at this point I think in the beginning maybe it's nice to have it closed down to not get overwhelming, because you're like, oh, you know, the language isn't done, so sure, I'm gonna keep it a bit closed, but yeah. But John said he would open source the compiler. I don't think a programming language will ever take off unless, like, of course there are closed compilers, but yeah, I imagine that he will make it open source. He has said so, but he flip-flops a bit, but just John Blow things. This is the game state end. So when you finish the game, it plays a quite complicated thing where there's different people saying things and things are coming in, and that's all hard coded, the order of how that happens. So that's why this has so many things going on. Game memory. Yes. That's one was bug. I don't know, might be some stuff in here that's not used. Not sure. I think most of it is used. Rocket state. Here's all the player states. Blah blah blah. Player state. Used mainly by cat update, which also animated sprite. What the hell is that? All right, that's the most instances of this are created using call. I think it's mainly the player who uses it. It exists in order to save predefined animations that can be used over and over, such as when the This one is funny. So this entity inst is essentially for, you know, you have variant, you have like your player, and the player is, there's a variant of the entity called player cat, and then there's the entity. So this thing, you create like an object like this, you send in the entity and then the variant, and then you just, then you can use all the fields on the entity and the variant on this object of this type through two different pointers. I used that a lot when I used the variant field on the entity a lot. Like I showed it before here. I had entity variant here, but I moved away from this. I moved more things straight into the entity, even though not all entities need it, because I don't have that many entities in the game, so it doesn't matter. And so I used less and less of that, but it was quite nice when I to use together with the entity variant. Used in order to make it possible to use the fields of an entity and an entity variant at the same time. And the used in order makes it possible to access the fields of an entity and its variant on the same directly on the same object. Car Onon, yes. That's the name of the game. Car Onon. Entity, is this even used entity copy? I think this is when I started feeling that this broke down a bit. Get entity copy. Alright, so this used in a few places. So it's for getting without having any reference back to the it's not super whatever. All this is a bit find entity of kind. Oh well, that's find entities with tag. Okay, find entity with tag, disable entity. I think there's only a warning for unused imports. I don't think there is a warning for unused types and unused procedures. I might be wrong, but I don't think so. That's not a big deal. I mean, if you see it and it annoys you, then you can like oh, what is this? And you can delete it. But enable entity. Oh, I hate this procedure. This is Yeah, I hate this procedure because it's sort of like this post creation extra fix up. And there's a good reason for it existing. I don't remember exactly why, since I wrote it like a year ago, but this adds an entity to a world, deletes an entity, remove colliders for entity. Oh, this is used, for example, when you open the door to the root cellar, then it, I can write the example. Used, for example, when root cellar door opens and its collider is removed. I think so, at least. Open cave. Yeah, exactly, this stuff. This is open. No, this opens the cave at the beginning. Open root cellar. There we go. It animates the. It does lots of management. It animates the. What's it called? Starts animating the door, and then it removes the collider, and then it removes the blocker, which is a block of graphics that it's blocking, so you can't see inside. That's just how it's done. When you, it's this door here, so you can go inside here, but what it does, it just starts animating this door, and then it removes this brown piece of graphics that's here, because if you go into the editor and click this, you can see that it's actually just a brown piece of cover up. So it deletes that one and animates the door and removes the collider that's on the door. Okay, so you can see here that this collider here is removed. Destroy entity, get entity raw. Yeah, this is for fetching an entity based on an entity handle, and you get the specific entity instance. Whatever. This is the giant player struct. To me, the most interesting things to make comments about is the generic things that are not related to specific gameplay. Switches state of player, but also does some state specific set up, such as choosing animations. Animated sprite size. Get player collider. Blah. Not important. Player carry position. This one. These two can be deleted. I did that before. 99% sure they're not needed. Yes. Get player head collider. That's used. Update animation. This is essentially for playing. Here is the animation frame sound. So it just when it switches frame here, this is when it switches frame, then it runs play animation frame sound. And that's the thing that just switches on the animation and just checks which frame number is it. So that's just how I tied up. People in game engines, people tend to do this by they put event names on a timeline in an editor, and then each event will fire something, and then there's somewhere else in some, maybe in Unreal, for example, maybe you have some graph where you say like, oh, if this event happens, then we fire this sound. This does the same thing, but it's just, there's just update animation code. This changed frame. Okay, it changed frame. Let's see if there's an animation sound to play. And it just plays them like that. this play sound alias makes a copy of the sound data, so you can have multiple playing at the same time. Most of these probably don't need to use alias, but when it's like footsteps, you would like that. Are the footsteps made here? No, I think the footsteps are hard-coded. Footstep, I don't know. Make animated sprite, yeah. Collision resolve, this is my magical physics right here. This tells you how much you should be pushed out when in collision. This game doesn't have any fancy collision, it just does box against box. That works fine enough. Like you could try to be like, oh, I want slopes and stuff. But this game actually doesn't have any slopes in the whole game. It's just like this. And everything is boxes. I think it's quite often people get like, oh, I need to have like, you know, that you become like, oh, I need to have all these slopes and blah blah blah, but maybe there's something more important in your game than focusing on that. That's what I realized, at least, that I could make this nice blocky graphics and save a lot of time on not doing very complicated 2D generic collision with arbitrary shapes and stuff. I've done that once and it has so many, I mean, it may be fun to do a game like that has arbitrary stuff, but yeah, I've done it once and it's a bit trickier. Delete world, this is just a cleanup procedure. Get built-in type. And this is some of this old entity type crap. Get built, and also because built-in types that I talked about, these built-in types, they needed to have some kind of identifier they could use in the editor. So this has this kind of thing here where it's like, okay, since those use a UID in the editor for the ones you define in the editor, then the ones that come from code must also have that. So then it hashes a string to get that. With entity kind, which is the later system, it's just the enum. It's just a number. There's nothing. There's no UID string funny business. Right, this is quite an important procedure. It takes a serialized state, which is well, I don't know why it's called serialized state. That's more of a serialized world. No, actually, okay. It is the level plus the entity types plus the dialogue trees. It's a bit, yeah. It's a bit. This is but not the best naming here. It does also look through the entity types and also creates all the dialogues, I think. Yeah, dialogue trees. Blah 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 blah. All right. Goes through, yeah, like Avon says, slopes is a whole different complexity. I did it once for a student project, and I think maybe if I did it again today, maybe I would be able to pull it off, but you want it to be like nice and stable. But maybe if I did it today, I would be able to pull it off. I would essentially need to, because if I combine it with maybe some kind of fixed time step physics that I've done now, then that would maybe work out nicely. But there are corner cases, there are literal corner cases for like hitting something on a corner and stuff. That can get annoying and stuff. So this whole thing is actually just this Sear init reader. It's called. I had two serializers for a time, so I named one Ser, and the new one was Ser. The old one was serializer, but then I removed the old serializer, but I never renamed the new one. Anyways, so this thing is sort of a Little Big Planet style serializer, but it operates on JSON values directly. So it's probably quite slow, but it worked fine for me. So that means I could have like, this is one level here, looks like this. You know, here's some tiles, stuff, blah, blah, blah. So then this is the procedure that serializes a tile. It says this is the field name in the text, and this is the field in the struct, the tile, and then it goes into the tile, and it will be like, okay, serialized field. This like this here, the X position will probably be a Sear float in the end. So we'll go in, and if it is writing, it will do this. If it is reading, it will do this. So you only need one procedure per type. But this is a bit hacky. But the whole game relies on it. But it was originally made by Jakob Tomsu for using with binary data, but I adapted it to use JSON data. So it's perhaps a bit less optimal in that way. Even says, I came across another naming convention for elements in the Vec 4, which is STPQ. In Odin, I haven't stumbled upon this. Does ring a bell, but I can't say where I've seen it. STPQ. Is it something to do with quaternions? No, then you usually have like an IJA. That's just the unit vectors plus yeah. Blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not sure. Get nearest grab point. Here you see my entity instead I have a player cat. And this one also takes a player cat. I don't even know if it needs to be a player cat, but it's like that anyways. Here's the global DT. That's the how long the previous frame took. There it is. Hang state grab pos. Is rect colliding? This is a very optimized thing to do. Loop over all the colliders. But like I said, in my game updates on my computer in 300 microseconds, and it runs on my mom's 10-year-old computer, 15-year-old computer with 60 FPS, so I never had to fix that. Hello, Mealy Man. Yes, it is written in Odin. I'm just going through it and I have done a few different things here today. Very long stream. I have this game's, you know, I shipped it like in when was it? March. But when you buy it on itch, you get the source code. But it has been a bit messy. It's still maybe a bit messy in the sense that there's one game file that is 12,000 lines long, but I tried to fix that at the start of the stream, but it's just gonna, it was too long ago I wrote it, so it feels like something you need to do while you're making the game. You can't just violently take things apart later. So instead I'm just making nice documentation, because people do look at the source code sometimes to see how one can make a game in Odin. And the reason I'm cleaning it is just that I want to upload a new version to itch with that's a bit easier to look at, because people look at it for sort of education, like they try to see like, oh, how has someone made a game using this language. So Made the structure a bit better, and now I'm adding some comments in the code. Try grab. Jump. This is the player jump animation. Jump thingy. Animation rect. Animation num frame. This is shipped game on Steam. This stuff here. So, let me explain why this is here. After shipping this game, I made my... So I can explain what this is. So this is for each animation that's possible in the game. This lists how many frames does it have. Right. But the ASprite file knows this data. The ASprite file knows how many frames does the thing have. But since I have exported it from the ASprite file into a PNG sprite sheet, I didn't have that data. I could also have exported a JSON file next to the PNG that said how many frames it was. But I didn't do that initially, and then I sort of grew used to doing it like this. It becomes very obvious if this is off by one, like, because unless it's correct, it will look wrong. And you just do it once, or when you update an animation add frames, you also do it, change it. But you know, so I had two chances. The ASprite file has the data, and I could have exported a JSON with the data of how many frames it was. I didn't do any of those because I didn't start like that. After shipping this, I have made my ASprite Atlas texture baker thingy. Yeah. That one reads ASprite files directly and outputs Odin metadata file that you can compile into your game that knows what all the frames, like how many frames it has, the duration of each frames, and it puts it all into an atlas and everything. But I didn't have it for this game. And that was sort of one of the things when I was making this game that I was like, it would be nice to have, but then, I never got around to it. So I did it afterwards when I was doing some prototyping. So in a sense also this game doesn't have as good, like I could have had fewer draw calls. Not that the game runs slowly, it runs very quickly. The frame time is very good, but I could have had a lot fewer draw calls if I had Atlas things like that. I have my Atlas builder here, and this thing is a little example GIF here, but this thing is rendering this font and these different textures and these animations all with a single atlas. It just becomes two draw calls because there's one camera here and there's one camera for the UI. So it's two draw calls for this thing. Yeah, atlasing helps. Like it makes you get a lot less overhead for drawing. But yeah, Cat and Onion does not have atlasing except for the sprite sheet. No, the tile sets. So all the background graphics, that's sort of grid based. All these squares everywhere. Those are drawn using a tile set that can be batched up because it's in a single texture. But since making this game, I've made this Atlas builder. And it's very nice. It just outputs this atlas.odin file based on a folder of ASprite files. So it reads ASprite files directly. You don't have to export anything. Just read ASprite files directly using the ASprite exporter that Blob made. And just gives you all this data. So here it has like... where is the animations? Here's an animation. This animation player goes from this frame to this frame, and it knows, for each frame, it knows how long that frame is, the duration over here. So it's both able to know how many frames it is, because it knows which frames it starts on, which it ends on, and how long each frame is. This game has nothing of that. This game both has hard-coded frame time and number of frames in the game. Did I close the... files directly and output an atlas plus metadata about how many frames each animation has. Draw texture source rect. Where in texture to grab pixels from. Where in world to draw texture. This is screen top left is because I can get black bars when I compress the view like this. So I don't want 0, 0 to be here. I want 0, 0 to still be here. So it measures how much distance is here, and the other way around as well. If it's like this, measures that distance. So it can still get a nice origin point for the game. So this is used to give the top left of the draw. This gives the top left of the drawing area when resizing the window. You can get black bars around the game. This gives the top left position of the actual maybe it's time to commit some code. We have written a lot. We get camera from state. Get camera. Lerp color. That's just a little funny one. Update camera. This one. Can you just fuck it, I'm just gonna I'm gonna link a YouTube video from my comment, because I have a YouTube video that explains almost everything here. Eric Howard asks, what do you think of Rust? I don't have a strong opinion on Rust, really. It seems good. I mean, it seems good for making very hyper parallelized programs. I liked when they made the new Firefox rendering, the Firefox renderer. That was, I guess, a large reason for Mozilla sponsoring Rust. This was a good usage. I don't like making video games in Rust so much, because it's a bit too hard to be creative while fighting the borrow checker, I think. But that's just my opinion. I think, yeah, Odin is great because it's kind of, it's expressive, but it still allows you to do things however you want. So I was gonna find a video. Yeah, so I actually have this video. I can link it in the chat also, but I'm gonna link it in there, because this one explains the whole, like, when you play the game, you have this is in Mario, you have these lines, right? That someone made this nice GIF. I think I linked the GIF. And I did something similar in my game, where I can kind of walk past these red lines and then it, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Eric Howell says, I want to like Odin, but it reminds me a little too much of Go. Actually, what it reminds you, I think Odin is, I usually say that maybe it's not so much, it looks a bit like Go, but it's more like, it behaves more like C, but Go in turn looks a bit like Pascal, right? So I would say Odin behaves a lot like C with lots of extra nice things, but with sort of like a bit Pascal-inspired syntax, which is similar to Go. Move the camera based on the current camera mode. Oh, no. Input. So my input system is very simple. It just like was gather input. It's like it just checks all the gamepad buttons and sort of merges them into like a single virtual gamepad, because I don't care which gamepad you're using, so it loops over all the possible gamepads and merge them into one, and then it just sets like, is the bind. You can also there's also bindings in the game, so there's gamepad bindings. So you can rebind what each button does. So if the binding of a climb down is pressed, blah blah blah, then it sets climb down true and stuff like that. But I realize this comment is not completely correct. This is populated from gamepad and keyboard data, C, gather input, whatever. There is a global input object that contains the current input state. This is just some debug rendering, interactable pos, whatever. Is closer interactable? Eric Howard asks, is the game multi-threaded? No. Well, there's one thread. There's the main thread, and then there's the music thread. And the music thread is just there to play music, even though, like, maybe if you get a classic problem is when you grab the window, then that game actually freezes, and then your music will like, or if your computer for some reason stutters, then the audio buffer would get starved. So because of that, the music is running on a separate thread, but that's the only separate thread that's used. Other than that, it's just a single threaded thing. There's absolutely no need for any other multi-threading. No, I haven't considered making a render thread because I can show you how the profile data for the game. Why it's not needed. So I have a few frames profiled here. If we zoom in here, this is a frame here. So this is 443 microseconds plus 16.2 milliseconds. This whole thing here is just waiting for VSync. This is the game here. So it draws and renders in 443 microseconds. So even though the render thread would then, if you had a render thread split up, it would be able to process frames while this stuff is happening. This stuff that's over here, draw default, would be able to run simultaneously. Maybe then you would save 100 microseconds and get this down to maybe, I don't know, because the drawing takes longer than the updating. Also because I don't have atlasing in this game. I talked about it before. After I made this game, I got a bit more interested in texture atlasing. So that probably texture atlasing would help the total game performance more than multi-threaded rendering. But in any case, you see this is 443 microseconds for everything in a single threaded mode, and then it waits for 16.2 milliseconds. So there's no need for that. I think if I had Atlas drawing, then a lot of this draw tiles, this is overhead due to multiple draw calls. If it was Atlas, I think this would just collapse down to almost nothing. So I think, I can't say for sure, but I think the drawing could become much faster. Thank you, Eric. But it's a simple game. I mean, it does have like parallaxing and lots of funny things going on, but it's simple. If it does look like it stutters a bit here, it's because the dev build when you're streaming gets a bit sad, but it runs perfect smooth 60 or higher frame rate, whichever you want. What is the frame rate of this? Wait, don't I have like a frame rate counter somewhere? Oh, there it is. No, that's with VSync. Oh well. But 0, what was it on this one? 0, what's a microsecond? Like that, I think. No, wait. I can't do. I was trying to calculate the number of frames per second, but I give up. Math. Doing math on stream. It's a bunch of frames per second, anyways. Is Closer interactable? This thing. So for those who have joined recently, what I'm doing is just I have cleaned up the project a bit, moved the game code into a game folder, and moved the levels into a level folder. I was originally trying to split things out into more files, but it got started feeling a bit artificial. So instead I'm just documenting sort of what's there, the interesting parts. And if anyone wants to, I can make a little ad again for my Odin Game Jam. The Odin Holiday Jam. If anyone wants to join, we got 94 people join. It's between December 27 and December 29. 48 hours. Only rule is make a game using Odin. Well, and you can use your pre-made framework or library, or if you have some Odin game engine you've made before or whatever. Or you can also use Raylib. I think many people will just use Raylib. But the gameplay code one should try to make during the jam. The link to this is in the description and also in the chat. And stuff. And I can also make a short ad for my book. I have written an ebook on Odin. The HTML version looks like this. It will teach you everything, most things I know about the language that I think are important but not always obvious. It's also linked in the description and in chat. Right. Is Closer interactable? Clear input. Well, yeah. Did you do a correction to a message I didn't send? All this. Clear input. Old input. So this thing... Yes, here's gather input. Uses bindings to fill out the input, the global input object. Thank you, Lucas, for liking my game, and I'm sorry about your cats. Yeah, ask questions. You don't need to ask if you can ask. This makes this takes all the gamepad and makes them appear as a single gamepad. I don't care which gamepad you use. I think this is a much like, some games are like, oh, which gamepad are you using? Like, it tries to remember which one you touched most recently. And stuff like if you do a co-op game, of course, you need to know which player uses which gamepad. But if you do a game that only uses a single player game, and you're worried about like, oh, what happens if the computer has two gamepads connected? Maybe you get the input from the wrong one. Well, just make something like this where you loop over all the buttons and all the access you need, and then you put that into a central place, so they become like all of them act as a single gamepad, and then you use that data for checking your input. Then all gamepads, how many gamepads you ever have on your computer, the game will just work whichever you pick up. Much easier than trying to remember which one was last touched. I think I did this on a stream. There's a stream where I spend like a lot of time trying to remember which gamepad was most recently used and lots of complicated stuff. And then just at the end, I think I write this and it just works. Eric asks, and I guess you just use the maximum value for each button. Well, some buttons, I mean, okay, on really modern fancy controllers, maybe you have pressure sensitive buttons, all of them. But Rayleigh, I think, exposes access on the triggers and on the sticks. Those are the only access you have. So those will have like a float that says how much they are. The X, the A, B, X, Y buttons, or whatever you want to call them, those don't have that. So I check the axis here, the left and Y, the left X and left Y axis, which is a stick. I check that and I merge all of them so that what I do is if any gamepad pushes more, like you say, the maximum value for each axis. So if any gamepad pushes more to the right on the left stick, then that one wins. So that's what I do here. So now there's some questions in chat here. I'll start with, this is the second channel. One random question. How important do you think it is to have a web demo version of the game? I'm asking because a web game is more accessible than an executable. I think if you're gonna release on Steam, just make a demo on Steam. I think that's accessible enough. So just make your Steam page, put your demo on there, and that should be good enough, I think. But you can make a web version as well. I would love to look more into web stuff, because Odin's web stuff is, Odin itself supports WASM, WebAssembly and all that, but there is no good 2D rendering library that compiles to WASM without involving mscripten, which is, and all that is a bit of a mess. So yeah, I would love to look more into that, like trying to figure out something. Maybe, I don't remember if Sokol is possible to use with WASM properly all the way. In that case, maybe one could make a little 2D render using that can go export to web. Otherwise, you can use WebGPU or WebGL, both are available, but that's a bit more low level maybe, and WebGPU is still experimental. But I don't think it's important. If you're gonna release on Steam, just make a demo on Steam, put it there, and that's good enough. Let's see what Lucas says. How much time did you take to complete the game? Have you made a full level editor too? Or are the level just a JSON or something like that? I made this game in... It's a bit hard to say exactly how long it took, because it was like 6 months of full time, and before that I used to work some evenings. So maybe if you make it into full time, then maybe it would be like 8 months, maybe. I don't know, maybe 9 months. If you look from the date I started to the date I kind of finished the game, it's almost a year, but a lot of that was just me poking away in the evening sometimes. And I have a full level editor. Well, full level editor. I have a level editor that implements exactly the stuff I need. Nothing more, no less. So if here's the game I'm playing. If I press F2, then it jumps into this thing here. Right? And here I can... Where am I currently? I'm standing over here. I'm standing here somewhere. I can't see myself in the editor, but I could place, for example, this. Oh, well. This tree over here. How do I like that? Maybe. Now it's there. So I have all that, and it has undo. Well, now I left the editor, but it has undo that works if you don't leave it. And there's some properties and entities. I made this little immediate mode UV thing on top of Raylib. I made my own because I'm a huge nerd. Or something. I come from making game engines, so I'm just like, oh, of course I'm gonna make an EMGUI. I'm not gonna use dear EMGUI. I'm just using, yeah, and it's a bit rickety and weird, but it works from my editor. But yeah. But yeah, this level is saved as JSON in the end. So if you look at this, or it's saved as SJSON, which is a variant of JSON. But it looks like this. This is the level we looked at. It's like blah. So these are the tiles, and these are all the entities with their IDs and their position and their scale and some variant information and blah 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 blah. Yeah. Lucas asks, is it stressful to stream? I mean, I feel stressed by just asking questions. I can't imagine actually streaming my coding. It's one of those things you get used to, right? You can go to the live section on my channel and watch my older streams, like the first ones. It's obvious I'm a bit more like, when I'm not doing too well, I get stressed. Over time I realized that it doesn't matter if you're totally messing up, because people think it's quite fun. Like I was like trying to solve a bug forever, and some people people don't enjoy it, they turn off the stream. The people are still there, I guess they stayed for that. So, but you kind of get used to it. I don't think about it, really. It's just me talking to my computer. I'm mad. No, but it's fine. You get used to it. Zach says Sokol has an mscripten pipeline. Okay, but does that, because Odin doesn't play super well with mscripten, so I guess if you try to do Sokol with mscripten, then it's not gonna, like, you're gonna have trouble with doing you're gonna have trouble with I guess it's the stuff in the core libs won't work. I've seen some people hack around and try to get them scripted to work with raylib and stuff, but yeah, it would be nice to have something native that's just WebGL or WebGPU or something. I wish Sokol was as approachable as Raylib is. Well, I think it is as approachable as Raylib is. It's just lower level, right? It's a very nice, simple API. It's just on the level of doing, you know, as if you were using OpenGL or Direct3D or something like that. It's just for people who want slightly less stuff made for them, so they have even more control. But it's very, I think it's very approachable actually. But it feels a nice niche, whatever you use that word. This takes all the gamepads and makes them appear as a single gamepad. I don't care which gamepad you use. Aggressive comment. Oh, this is my binding system. CB88 is going to make a web version for the jam with WebGPU. Nice. That's great. You should look at, if you're in my Discord, Akuspel is making a first-person game in Odin with WebGPU. It looks quite nice, and I'm very impressed at it. And the nice thing about WebGPU, right, is that you can also use it on a desktop. So yeah. Yeah, there's no good, I don't think there's that many good tutorials on Sokol. It's a bit like if you know OpenGL or Vulkan or any of those Direct3D already, then Sokol would be like a nice simple version of those that's like streamlined. But if you don't know any of those, then it'd be like, oh, this is, I need to upload buffer to GPU, help. These comments are getting excited. The bindings are recurrent options menu, exclamation mark. I never added so you can reconfigure the left stick. I should have done that, but it's because it's an axis and not a button. I could have done it. It was one of those things that was on my to-do a few days before shipping, and I was like, no time. Remove inventory. It has inventory item. Vector 2 rot. This is for rotating. Yeah, this is quite obvious what this does. It rotates it by R degrees. Use usable. Use usable. Get cat, amazing proc. In trigger. This doesn't check if something is in the trigger. It does things if you're in a trigger. It's like, is this used? Is it only used in one place? Probably gonna rename it then. What should have been called? It's like, that maybe. Cat update. This is the right. This is a very silly hack. So for this specific animation, for some reason I made it so that instead of like the character moving inside the frame, I recompressed it so that it uses minimal amount of space. But then I lost, you know, where is the character, like how far away from the big start position has the character moved. So I just wrote down the numbers here. It's a bit silly, but yeah. I mean, this is the stuff that people maybe would do in an animation editor if they had like a editor for that. But some of the later animations in the game, I actually just made the animation bigger instead and just wasted some texture space on moving the character inside animation. Eric Howard asks, where did you learn to do all this? I think it's just so stuff you learn over time. Many of the things in this game I learned while making this project. So initially this project didn't have like fixed step physics, which means that I was just multiplying by a varying delta time, however long the previous frame was, all the time. Just doing that. Then I realized that creates issues with you'll be able to fall. You will be able to fall through walls and stuff. And the best way to fix that is to have a fixed time step. But since I only needed that on the player, I actually put the fixed time step stuff inside. So here it sort of loops. It accumulates physics t based on the delta time, and then it loops. But this stuff I looked up while I was doing the project and sort of added it in. And then at the end it also interpolates here. Interpolates a render position. But yeah, I think if you just do a project and then you like try to actually solve the problems that you run into, then you will learn stuff. Because I was like, oh, I actually want to ship this game. And then I was like, okay, then the player must move nicely and not fall through the ground. Like I can't have the player fall through the ground randomly because he got a frame spike. That's it can never happen. So then I researched that a bit and added this stuff. But yeah, I think just do projects and try to make sure everything works nicely. But also, don't take advice from people as truths always. Like, if people say, "Oh, you should make a," we talked about a render thread before. People might be like, "Oh, you should make a render thread." Well, if you make a simple 2D game, you don't need a separate render thread, probably, if it's a game like this, because your game will run super fast, and the render thread will make your game harder to make. So you will spend more time on doing that stuff. And if you spend more time making a render thread, then the game will either take longer to make, or if you try to make it in the same time, your game will be worse. So if you can always keep the things that you always try to do the simplest thing, and if the simplest thing doesn't work for some reason, then you try to do something more complicated. That will save you time in the end, probably. It moves using a fixed physics t after the dear Eric says, I see. On the other hand, having a render thread seems cool. Yeah, I think it's great to like try to, some people are like, oh, don't make game engines, make games. And I agree with that. If you want to make a game, then don't try to make a game engine. Then just write the most simple code you can ever make. Like, just write the simplest code you can and don't do anything that the game doesn't currently need. But if you want to learn how a game engine works, then you can try making your own little game engine. But that game engine, most likely you will never use it to ship a game. The game you ship will be made using simpler methods, but you will still learn a lot from it, such as having a cool render thread. I've done that before. I had a cool render thread in my previous 2D game that I tried to make many years ago, but the game got too complicated to make because I was trying to make this very cool abstract systems for managing the gameplay code and having like components, fancy level editor, and I was almost like trying to make. Yeah, I actually have a blog post on this on my. This blog post has been fairly. Look, this blog post here. The name is a bit bad. It sounds like I say people shouldn't use game engines. That's not what I'm saying in this one. I think people should use whatever they like using. For me, it was more that I was trying to make my own game engine before I was trying to make, like, first I make my cool game engine and then I put my gameplay code inside it. That almost never works out. Because if you're gonna make a general purpose game engine like Unity before you make your game, then you will do that for 10 years. And make a worse game than you could have. Like, it's just not gonna work, I think. But I think you can try to make a cool game engine if you want, as a research project. Yeah, there was the question: if I will be using Raylib for a future project or Sokal or something else. I don't know yet. I will. I tried Sokal. I have a little funny Sokal thingamabob here. I was doing. Is this it? Is this my Sokal test here? Yeah, look, this is my Sokal program. Yeah, I load a height map, and I have a free fly camera. I did this a few weeks ago when I was bored, because I wanted to try Sokal. It's fun. So you see, it's almost Delta Force already. I can run here. No, yeah. Anyways. Delayed event. The events are fairly straightforward. Yeah, people can look at that. Renderable update text. Update record. I'm going to get tired. What is clock? Oh, it's 7. This is a Swedishism. What is clock? What is the time? Clock is 7 o'clock. That's why I'm hungry. Post level load. This is does patch ups of clone serialized state, the least serial, blah, 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 blah. Load level. Check if in trigger, create entity. Here's my evil spline with my Bezier point stuff. It was very funny, this blog post, the solo dev game engine post. It's been read by 2 different people on YouTube at 2 different times. Well, 2 different people on YouTube. Cakes did a sort of read it and say funny cakes things at the same time. It's quite a funny video. So this is this evaluates a Bezier curve essentially. So it has the time, and it uses this Bezier point function to know where you should be on the curve, and yeah, and then there's a lot of funny things. Delete game state, space game start. This starts the blah 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 space game update. Blah, 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 blah. There's a whole mini game there. This is like a whole extra video game implemented in one procedure. This one, space game update, because it's the little game where you fly with the rocket through the air and collect letters, and that works completely different from the rest of the game. So we just put in there. This is the second channel asks if they can use a utils folder with some utils code for a jam. Yeah, you can use that. I think I've written in the rules something like you can bring your own frameworks and your own libraries. It's just that the game specific code, like the gameplay code that's related to the specific game you're making, should be made during the game jam. So it's like, I don't think using your utils code is weirder than using raylib, and raylib is allowed, right? And if some people have made their own little 2D renderer in Sokol or something, then that's fine too. It's just that if you made you've already made half the game, in the sense that you have a specific gameplay code. Like if your game is gonna have a snake and your renderer has like snake renderer super software in it, then maybe that's a weird thing. But yeah, it's not that picky. I think people will be able to know what is generic library stuff and what is unique gameplay code. No, I'm tired now. I'm very hungry. I need to go do something else. But this was fun. I got halfway through. I'm on line 6,400, but I started glossing over things. But that's because it's also, more. It's more very game specific stuff. I think people are interested in how is the entity stuff works. Maybe people also, there's an editor file that I haven't looked at yet. The editor file is 2,700 lines. But yeah, let's commit this. Here we go. All right. I am gonna end the stream here because I'm very hungry, and I didn't know that it was past 7 o'clock. I thought it was 5:30. Thank you all for watching. If you want to join my game jam, then there is a link in the description for where to find that. It's between December 27 and 29. The only rule is that you must use Odin and that you should write your gameplay code within the game jam. If you want to learn more about Odin, I have recently made a book about Odin that tries to bridge the gap between the online documentation and all my experience of using Odin. So you can read a sample on odinbook.com, or that linked in the description as well. That's it. Thank you all so much for watching. Thanks to my patrons also, and thanks to everyone who has been nice in the chat. Bye bye.